Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. The air felt heavy the moment she stepped inside. A low, almost imperceptible hum filled the dimly lit lobby, wrapping itself around her like a thick, suffocating blanket. The walls were covered in faded wallpaper, peach-colored roses, curling into themselves, their edges curling with age and neglect. The hotel was old, too old, the kind of old that made your skin crawl, that made you feel like you were stepping into a past that shouldn't exist anymore. Emily had been driving for hours, the roads endless and empty, so when she saw the sign for the Rosewood Hotel, she took the turn without hesitation. She hadn't planned on stopping, but her exhaustion had started to take hold, and she could already feel the weight of the road settling deep in her bones. Behind the front desk stood a man who didn't look like he should belong to this time. His face was sharp, angular, his eyes so pale they seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. He wore a grey suit, the kind that looked like it hadn't been in style for decades, and his dark hair was combed neatly back, as if he'd stepped out of some forgotten era. "Good evening," he said, his voice soft, almost too polite, with an unsettling undertone. "May I assist you with something?" Emily forced a smile. "I need a room for the night. Just passing through." The man's gaze lingered for a moment too long, and then he nodded slowly, as if he'd been expecting her. "A room? Yes. We have one available on the 3rd floor. It will be perfect for your stay." She didn't question how he seemed to know she was alone. She didn't question why he was speaking in that quiet, almost reverent way, as if she was a guest of honor at a banquet that no one else had been invited to. He handed her a key, an old-fashioned brass key tarnished by years of use. There was no key card, no modern amenities here, only this odd relic. "The elevator is at the end of the hall," the man said, his voice drifting as though he were already walking away. "Room 318, you'll find it. Most accommodating." Before Emily could respond, he had already turned, vanishing behind the curtains that divided the lobby from the back of the hotel. She blinked, but the space where he'd been was now empty, as if he'd never existed at all. She shook her head, telling herself she was just tired. The hall felt longer than she expected. Too quiet, too still. The elevator was small and ancient, with brass buttons that gleamed under the weak light. She pressed the 3rd floor button, but the doors closed too quickly. She felt a pang in her chest, the kind of sensation you get when you know you're forgetting something but can't remember what. As the elevator crept upward, the sounds of the world outside seemed to vanish. There was only the soft, mechanical hum and a strange echo that bounced off the walls. It was too silent, too unnervingly quiet. When the doors opened, she stepped into a hallway that seemed impossibly narrow. The wallpaper here was even more faded, the corners curled with time. A single lamp hung above her, casting a dim yellow glow that barely cut through the shadows. The floors creaked underfoot, the sound of her own steps so loud it startled her. The door to room 318 was at the far end, and as she walked toward it, she could feel her heart beating faster, an inexplicable anxiety creeping into her thoughts. She couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching her. When she turned the key in the door, the lock clicked with a strange, echoing finality, and then, just as she stepped inside, the door swung shut behind her, locking. On its own, her breath caught in her throat. Emily's first impression of the Rosewood was that it was a relic, an artifact of time gone by, one that hadn't kept up with the years, and perhaps in some inexplicable way preferred it that way. She hadn't expected luxury, but the strange aura that lingered here, thick and unshakable, made her second-guess the decision to stay. Still, fatigue was a cruel companion, urging her to ignore the unsettling whispers that the building seemed to murmur just out of earshot. She lingered by the elevator, her fingers hovering above the button. She could hear the distant clink of the hotel's ancient plumbing, the sound of pipes groaning as if waking from a deep slumber. The low hum of electricity in the walls carried an odd, faint smell, like something electric was burning, but not quite enough to alert the fire alarms. It was the smell of decay, of machines left unchecked for too long. The elevator's metal doors had already begun to slide open, as if responding to some unseen command. The lights flickered weakly above her head. Emily hesitated. For a moment she considered taking the stairs instead. The long corridors, lit only by dim sconces that sent pools of half-shadow along the walls, seemed to stretch on forever. But then, the pull of her exhaustion made the elevator's promise of convenience more appealing. She stepped inside, reaching for the brass railing on the side. It was cold beneath her fingertips, like it hadn't been touched in ages. The doors closed with a soft but heavy clunk, and the elevator jolted, sending a tremor through her body. The sensation of moving upward was not immediate. The elevator lurched a few times, as if it were uncertain of where it was going, hesitant even. The smell of old leather and wood lingered, mixing with the faint trace of something else, an earthy, damp scent that reminded her of mold or rotting timber. "Third floor," she muttered under her breath. The words felt too loud in the oppressive silence. The elevator was small, not built for comfort. The walls were paneled in a dark, rich wood, though the lacquer was faded and chipped in places. The ceiling was low, and a single light bulb hung from it, barely illuminating the confined space. As the elevator began its ascent, Emily felt her stomach twist with an odd discomfort, the kind you get when you're in a place that doesn't quite make sense to you. The floor indicator above the door ticked upward, slow and deliberate, the old brass dial spinning with a mechanical whir. First floor, second floor, then an unexpected pause. The elevator stopped, suspended between floors. The lights above flickered again, and a hollow, muffled sound echoed somewhere deep within the walls. Emily held her breath, her eyes darting to the corner, where a faded brass plaque listed the hotel's floors. "Third floor," she whispered to herself. She didn't understand why it was taking so long. It wasn't even a large building, certainly not large enough to warrant delays. The pause stretched on, lasting longer than any elevator malfunction she had ever encountered. The sensation of being stuck between 2 points was not only disorienting, but unsettling. The kind of moment that creeps up on you, like the air is too still, and your thoughts begin to wander into places you don't want them to go. And then, without warning, the elevator jerked violently upward, the screech of metal scraping against metal, sending a chill through her spine. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she instinctively grasped the railing tighter, the cold iron digging into her palm. When the elevator finally came to a halt, the sudden jolt left her breathless. The door slid open with a smooth, deliberate motion. She didn't even have to press the button. It felt almost as though the building itself had decided she would step off at this floor, whether she was ready or not. The third floor, when she stepped out, felt different. Not quite like the first or second. It was as though she had entered another world entirely. The air was thick, with an unsettling, almost pungent stillness. The scent of dust and stale air was overpowering, but there was also something darker, lingering beneath the surface. The hallway stretched before her, much longer than she had anticipated. The same old wallpaper, with its fading peach roses, repeated itself in an endless loop, the designs blurring together, as though the patterns themselves were fading into nothingness. The walls seemed to close in around her as she moved further down, the faint hum of the building growing louder in her ears. The flickering light above her only added to the feeling of disorientation. Every step she took felt weighted, as if the very floor beneath her was somehow reluctant to allow her passage. The hotel's silence pressed against her chest, the sort of silence that carries a weight of its own, the kind that speaks volumes, without ever saying a word. The hallway seemed endless, the doors on either side all identical. They were locked, most of them, the brass doorknobs cold and uninviting. She glanced over her shoulder, half expecting someone, or something, to appear behind her. But no one did. The hotel felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for her to make the next move. Room 318 stood at the end of the corridor. The door, like the others, was made of thick, heavy wood, but it was distinctively worn. The numbers, 318, were etched in brass, though one of the digits was slightly askew, as if someone had tried to fix it, but gave up halfway through. The door, as she approached, seemed to sag under its own weight, the frame groaning faintly. When she reached out to grab the handle, she hesitated. A strange feeling crept over her. The air here felt colder than the rest of the hotel, as if the room were a portal to some other place. Her fingers trembled slightly as they touched the cold metal of the door handle. The unsettling silence stretched into her skin like a thin thread, pulling her inward. For a moment she thought she heard something, soft, almost imperceptible. A voice? A whisper? She pressed her ear against the door, straining to listen. But there was nothing. Emily shook her head and forced the door open, her fingers curling around the tarnished handle with more force than necessary. The door creaked, a sound that echoed down the silent hallway and then opened all the way. Her first impression of the room was that it was old, not just in age, but in a way that felt wrong. It was too quiet, too still. The furniture was antique, and she could see the heavy dust accumulating in corners as if it had not been touched in years. A single window looked out onto the darkening sky, but it was covered in grime, making the outside world appear as though it were a distant memory. A large, ornate mirror hung over the dresser, its frame dark wood with intricate carvings, most of which had worn down over time. The glass was cloudy, distorted, but there was something almost hypnotic about it. Emily caught her own reflection in the murky glass, the dark circles beneath her eyes, the way her hair clung to her face as if it were damp. But it wasn't. The bed was the most striking feature, king-sized but with a strange, unsettling aura around it. The bedding was frayed, and the quilt was a faded shade of burgundy, the edges torn and worn from years of use. Her heart thudded heavily in her chest, and for a moment she just stood there, taking it all in. The room was silent, but the silence was too heavy, too alive. It felt like someone was there with her, someone watching her from the corners, hidden just out of sight. She quickly turned to lock the door behind her, her movements jerky as if to reassure herself that she was truly alone. The click of the lock sounded louder than it should have, too final for a place that had already begun to feel like a prison. As she moved toward the bed, her eyes were drawn once again to the mirror. It was wrong. There was something in it. It wasn't just her reflection anymore. A shape moved behind her in the glass, a dark, twisted figure, too indistinct to make out, but unmistakably there. Her breath caught in her throat, but when she spun around, there was nothing behind, heard nothing but shadows. The mirror in the room was not just a reflection of her own image. It was something else, something darker, something that seemed to pull at the edges of reality, warping the boundaries between what was and what should not be. Emily could feel it now, a strange sensation creeping over her skin, like 1,000 invisible hands brushing against her. It wasn't just her reflection that unsettled her. It was the feeling that the room itself had taken on a life of its own. The air had grown heavier, thick with an almost palpable sense of oppression, as though the walls were closing in slowly, inexorably, like a trap she couldn't escape from. She stepped closer to the mirror, her heartbeat thumping in her chest, louder than before, as though it too was drawn toward the glass. Her reflection appeared almost distorted, a shimmering figure that didn't quite match her movements. She raised a hand to touch the surface, her fingers just inches away from the cold glass. The temperature of the room had dropped considerably, but it wasn't just the chill of the night that made her shiver. No, this was something deeper, something far more unnatural. As her fingers neared the mirror, something shifted in the glass. A shape, dark and shadowed, moved, too quickly, too fluidly to be real. Emily jerked her hand back in alarm, her breath shallow and quick. But when she looked again, her reflection was still, unchanged. The figure that had flitted across the glass had disappeared, leaving only her own image staring back at her with wide, startled eyes. She swallowed hard, her throat dry. The room was silent again, too silent. The hum of the building had faded to nothing, and she could hear the faintest sound, the softest of whispers, like a far-off conversation, muffled by layers of distance. It was coming from the mirror, she realized, not from the reflection, but from the space behind it, as though the glass were a thin membrane separating her from something else, something that had been waiting just beyond her reach. "Hello?" she called, her voice trembling. The word felt weak in her mouth, swallowed up by the oppressive stillness of the room. She knew it was pointless, but a small part of her hoped for a response, anything that could prove she wasn't completely alone in this strange, suffocating place. The whispering continued, but it was not the kind of whisper that anyone could respond to. It was the kind of whisper that spoke directly to the soul, to some hidden part of the mind that didn't want to hear. It was cold and twisted, a voice that didn't belong to any living person. Emily took a hesitant step back, her eyes never leaving the mirror. But as she did, she felt the air shift again, like the room itself had exhaled, taking in a long, slow breath. The reflection in the mirror shifted subtly but unmistakably. She saw herself standing there just as she was, but there was something behind her now, something that hadn't been there before. It was a shadow, tall and vaguely humanoid, its edges flickering like a candle's flame in the wind. The figure was darker than the surrounding shadows, a stain in the air, its presence filling the space between her and the reflection. Emily's heart skipped a beat and she turned quickly, hoping against all reason that the shadow would disappear, that the mirror had somehow tricked her eyes. But when she spun around, the room was empty. There was nothing there. She backed away slowly, her pulse quickening with each step. Her foot brushed against the bed, and she stopped, half sitting on its edge, still facing the mirror. Her hands trembled, a slight shake that she couldn't control. She couldn't tear her eyes away from it. The reflection was different now, more pronounced. It wasn't just an image of her. It had become something else, a version of herself that was slightly off, slightly wrong. Her face, still pale, was twisted into a smile that wasn't hers, a cruel mockery of her own expression. The whispering became louder, clearer, the words forming like distant echoes from another world. Emily could barely make them out, but she felt them deep in her chest, resonating through her bones like a low hum that never ceased. It was something old, something ancient, and it spoke in a language she didn't understand, but the meaning was unmistakable. It was calling to her, beckoning her closer, as though it knew her fears, her regrets, her deepest desires. The longer she stared at the mirror, the more she felt herself slipping. The room around her began to blur, edges softening as though reality itself was dissolving into the glass. The shadows in the mirror stretched, reaching toward her, their forms becoming more distinct with every passing second. Emily's breath grew shallow, and her vision began to swim. She could feel herself drowning in the reflection, her own image consuming her, pulling her into a place where she didn't belong. Then, a sudden shift. The figure in the mirror moved closer, stepping toward her as if it were no longer bound by the limits of the glass. The shadowy shape was tall, towering over her reflection. Its face was obscured, but Emily felt its gaze, cold and unblinking, fixed on her. The air around her grew thick with the smell of damp earth, as if she had suddenly found herself in a graveyard, surrounded by the weight of the dead. Panic surged through her chest, and she stumbled back, her hands gripping the edge of the dresser for support. Her eyes were fixed on the mirror, unwilling to look away, even as the figure inched closer, its presence growing stronger, more tangible. It was no longer just a reflection, it was real, it was here. The figure moved again, its face still hidden, but Emily could now feel it, feel the malevolence radiating from it. It was waiting, biding its time, as if it knew she would make the mistake of approaching it. And despite every instinct telling her to run, to flee, she couldn't. She was trapped. Trapped in this room, in this hotel, with something that was not quite human. The whispering grew louder, like 1,000 voices all speaking at once, their words twisting together in a chaotic cacophony. It was a language she didn't know, but the tone was unmistakable. It was angry, it was desperate, it was hungry. Emily's fingers twitched, her body frozen in place, her mind screaming at her to leave, to run. But the figure continued to move closer, its form now more defined, its outline sharp and cruel. She felt a shiver crawl down her spine as the reflection reached out, its fingers long and gnarled, its skin pale and stretched, like something that had not seen light in centuries. Her throat tightened. She had to move. She had to get out of this room. But when she turned to the door, she found it locked. The handle would not budge. Her heart pounded, a deafening beat in her chest as she pulled at the door, her palms slick with sweat. The mirror was not just a reflection. It was a doorway, a portal to something ancient and hungry, and it was calling her. The door wouldn't open. No matter how hard she twisted the handle, no matter how many frantic, desperate tugs she gave it, the door remained locked. A cold, unyielding barrier between her and escape. The sound of her own breath, ragged and uneven, filled her ears as she pressed her palm against the door, trying to calm herself. The whispering, that low, almost imperceptible hum that had been a background presence in the room ever since she had stepped inside, seemed to grow louder, more distinct. She could almost hear it, if she tried hard enough, coming from somewhere behind the walls. The room itself was becoming unbearable. The once stale air felt alive, suffocating in its thickness, wrapping around her like 1,000 invisible threads. Every inch of space seemed to pulse with tension, as though the room was no longer just a room but a living thing, breathing in the darkness and exhaling the terror that surrounded her. The corners seemed to shift, to flicker and pulse in the dim light. She took a step back from the door, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she wiped the sweat from her brow. Her heart raced in her chest, hammering against her ribs like something trying to escape. The weight of the air pressed down on her, as though the room was forcing the air from her lungs, making it harder and harder to breathe. She reached for her phone in her pocket, hoping to find some sort of relief, something familiar to grasp onto. But the screen remained dark when she pressed the power button. The phone had no signal, no service, nothing. A useless piece of plastic and metal in her hands. She clenched it tightly, her fingers digging into the device as though it could somehow anchor her to reality. But the whispers continued, relentless, crawling into her mind like a parasite. It was as though they were coming from the very walls themselves. She turned slowly, feeling a chill crawl up her spine as she moved toward the far side of the room, away from the mirror, away from that thing that had taken shape within the glass. The whispers seemed to follow her, always just out of reach, as though they were wrapped around the room, flowing from every crack, every crevice. The wallpaper, those faded, frayed roses, seemed to pulse, the patterns distorting as though the walls themselves were breathing. The shadows in the corners of the room had deepened, thickened, until they seemed to blur together into a shapeless mass. And in that darkness, she could almost make out the outline of something that wasn't quite human, tall, too tall, with limbs too long, stretching out of the shadows as if it were trying to emerge from within them. It was hard to focus on it, hard to tell if it was real or if it was simply a trick of the light, a distortion in her mind. But she knew one thing for sure. It wasn't normal. It wasn't right. The whispers grew louder again, as though they were no longer confined to the walls, but were now emanating from the very air itself. She could feel them vibrating against her eardrums, a soft, unsettling hum that seemed to be speaking directly into her mind. She squeezed her eyes shut, desperate to block it out. But the voices kept coming, clearer now, each word sharp and distinct. "Get out," the first whisper said, a hiss that slithered through her thoughts. "Leave," the second whispered, a raspy voice as though it had been echoing through the halls of the hotel for decades, centuries even. "Too late," a third voice murmured, low and guttural, as though it were coming from the very depths of the earth itself. Emily opened her eyes, her breath catching in her throat as she searched the room for the source of the voices. The shadows had moved again, coiling along the walls, as though they were alive, writhing in the corners, pushing and pulling at the edges of the room. The temperature had dropped even further, the chill now biting at her skin, sending waves of nausea through her. She could feel it now, the presence, the thing that had been watching her since the moment she stepped into the hotel. It was here, in the room, in the walls. She had to get out. She had to find a way to leave. She turned toward the window, her hands trembling as she pulled the curtains open. The outside world was a blur. The dark sky and empty streetlights just beyond the glass. The night felt endless, suffocating, as though the darkness stretched on forever. She pushed against the window, but it wouldn't budge. The glass was cold and unyielding, as if it had been sealed shut for years. She tugged harder, her hands raw against the edge of the frame, but the window refused to move. Her breath quickened. She felt trapped, suffocating. The walls felt like they were closing in on her, the air thick with dread, with the presence of something ancient and malevolent. And then, there it was again, the whispering. It was louder now, coming from all around her. It was no longer confined to the walls, no longer just a vague hum in the background. The voices were all around her, in the air, in the very fabric of the room. She could hear them, hear the words, the warnings, the promises. "Too late to leave," a voice whispered in her ear, so close that she could feel the cold breath against her skin. "You're ours now," another voice hissed, this one more insistent, more commanding. "You cannot escape." "Stay," a third voice pleaded, softer now, more coaxing, as though it were trying to lull her into submission. "Stay, and we will make you whole." Emily's mind reeled. The room was alive, the walls closing in, the whispers pressing against her ears, pushing her to the brink of madness. Her pulse thudded in her temples, and she could feel her limbs growing heavy, like the very air was weighing her down, like she was sinking into the floor. The walls seemed to shift again, the edges of the room blurring, bending, until it felt like the entire hotel was folding in on itself, like she was trapped in a nightmare that had no end. She backed away, stumbling, toward the bed. The shadows were closing in on her, too thick, too suffocating, and she could feel her breath becoming shallow, her chest tightening with panic. She turned toward the mirror, half expecting the figure to be there again, to reach out from the glass and drag her back into its grasp. But the mirror was empty. The room was empty. Or was it? The whispers continued, louder now, their words unrelenting, their voices rising in a chorus of desperation and malice. Emily felt as though she were being torn apart from the inside, her mind unraveling under the weight of it all. She had to get out. She had to escape. But the walls were closing in, the shadows swallowing the light, and she was trapped. She could feel the presence behind her again, that strange, oppressive feeling, the sensation of eyes watching her from the darkness. She turned, but there was nothing there. Nothing but the deep, unending night beyond the window. The shadows seemed to grow deeper, darker, swallowing up the room, and she felt a chill crawl up her spine, icy fingers pressing into her skin. She could hear it now. The soft scrape of nails against the walls, the sound of something scraping just beneath the surface, something trying to get out. It was as if the building itself was alive, the walls moving, breathing, with the intent to trap her, to never let her leave. "Help me," Emily whispered, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of whispers. "Please." The room answered with silence. The silence that followed her whispered plea was suffocating, thicker than the very air in the room, and as Emily stood frozen in the middle of the hotel room, she could feel the pulse of something unnatural in the stillness. The walls around her were no longer just walls. They were alive, moving, breathing, as though they had been waiting for her, drawing her in. The oppressive weight in the room seemed to push against her chest, making it difficult to breathe. And yet, in the silence, a low, rhythmic ticking began to sound, distant but unmistakable. The ticking seemed to come from nowhere, but it was growing louder, clearer with each passing second. It wasn't the faint sound of a regular clock, but a deep, mechanical rhythm that was almost maddening in its consistency. The sound was coming from somewhere below, somewhere deeper, beneath the floorboards. Emily's mind raced, every nerve on edge, as she instinctively looked around the room. She had to leave. She had to find a way out before it was too late. But the room itself seemed to mock her efforts. The door she had tried to open, the window that she had tried to break through, everything had closed her in, trapping her in this nightmare. The mirror, once again, caught her eye. The figure was gone, but the glass was cold, cold enough that she could see her breath fogging up the surface in quick, shallow gasps. Her eyes flicked back to the far side of the room, where the old clock hung crookedly, almost hidden in the corner. At first she hadn't noticed it. It was too well worn, too old to stand out amongst the ancient furniture and faded wallpaper. But now, as she focused on it, something about it seemed wrong. The clock was large, ornate, and made of dark wood, carved with intricate designs of flowers and vines that spiraled down its length. But it wasn't the design that drew her attention, it was the time. The hands of the clock were frozen at exactly 3:17. The moment felt too significant, too exact, and yet there was something more disturbing about it. The time felt like it had been carved into the very fabric of the room. It was as though the clock had been stuck in that moment forever, a moment that refused to pass. A second stretched into infinity. The ticking continued, louder now, but it wasn't coming from the clock itself. It was coming from the walls, from deep within the building. It was as though time had fractured in this place, frozen in the room, trapped in the hotel itself. Emily stepped toward the clock, her heart pounding. She felt an odd sense of dread, a sensation that the clock was more than a mere timepiece. It was something older, something forgotten. The ticking became louder. With every step she took, it grew louder, until it was reverberating inside her skull, like a pulse in her veins. It wasn't just sound. It felt like it was part of the room, part of the building itself. Her hand shook as she reached out almost unwillingly toward the clock. But when she touched it, she felt a jolt run through her fingertips, cold, electric. The moment she made contact with the clock, the room shifted. The air thickened, swirling around her like smoke, and the room seemed to contract, pulling in on itself. The floor beneath her feet felt unstable, like it was shifting, tilting. The light from the bulb overhead flickered violently, casting sharp, jagged shadows across the room. Emily gasped, her stomach lurching. She stepped back instinctively, but her movement was slow, sluggish, as though the room itself were resisting her. She felt a pressure in her chest, a crushing weight as the walls seemed to close in on her. The ticking grew louder, almost deafening, pounding in her skull. The room seemed to be shrinking, the walls warping, bending, as if they were breathing, inhaling and exhaling with a malevolent rhythm. Time was slipping, stretching, twisting in a way that didn't feel natural. "I'm 17, Emily whispered to herself, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of sound. It was the only thing she could focus on now. The clock, the time. She felt like it had some kind of grip on her, on the room, but it made no sense. Why 3:17? What was it about that time? She glanced back at the clock and felt her stomach drop. It wasn't just the hands anymore. The whole clock seemed to be moving, its frame twisting, warping in a slow, agonizing motion. It was as if the clock was somehow alive, as though the wood itself was stretching, distorting, pulling apart, and yet the hands remained frozen. The second hand refused to move, and yet the ticking, the pulsating sound was deafening. She stepped back, her mind racing. Something about the clock was wrong, something deeply wrong, and she couldn't put her finger on it. She had to leave. She had to get out of this room before it consumed her. But the moment she turned toward the door, the floor beneath her feet groaned a deep guttural sound that seemed to come from the very foundation of the building. The walls trembled. The sound of the ticking grew frantic now, rushing forward like a thunderstorm, vibrating through the very air, becoming more and more distorted, as if the building itself were rejecting the passage of time. Without thinking, she darted toward the door. Her fingers fumbled with the handle, but when she tried to open it, it refused to budge. The pressure in the room intensified. The walls closed in around her, and the clock seemed to pulse with every beat of the ticking. It was no longer just a sound. It was a force, a weight, a presence. And then, without warning, a crack appeared on the surface of the clock. A thin, jagged line, splitting down the center, as though the clock itself were breaking open. The crack spread, widening like something was trying to escape from inside. The room itself seemed to groan in response, the walls shaking as though the building were alive. Emily stumbled back, her breath shallow, her heart racing in her chest. The air grew thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. It wasn't just the clock. It was everything. The hotel itself was alive, and it was waking up. She turned again, but there was no escape. The door had vanished. The hallway outside had disappeared. The room itself had expanded into something more, something beyond the confines of a hotel room. She was standing in the center of it now, no longer confined to a single space. The clock's ticking had consumed everything. The room had become a living thing, a nightmare made real. The crack in the clock spread wider. The ticking became louder, faster, more frantic. The walls were closing in, the room shifting, bending. Emily's mind reeled. She couldn't think straight. Her pulse was deafening in her ears, and the walls seemed to be moving in rhythm with it. She could hear it now. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, but coming from somewhere deep inside the walls, somewhere beneath the floor. The sound of something, someone moving, scraping against the walls, crawling through the spaces behind the plaster. The clock continued its frantic ticking, and the walls pressed in closer, the temperature dropping, the air thickening until it was difficult to breathe. Emily's legs were shaky, unsteady. She felt as if the entire world were tilting, warping, as if gravity had shifted, pulling her toward the floor. She couldn't see straight anymore. The room was tilting with the passing of time, and the figure in the dark corner of the room, the one that had been there since the moment she entered, seemed to move closer. The figure was slowly becoming more defined now, its features sharpening, becoming more solid. It wasn't just a shadow anymore, it was a man, a tall man wearing an old-fashioned suit, his face pale and gaunt, his eyes empty, and the ticking, the relentless ticking. It was louder now, deafening. Emily's breath came in shallow, panicked gasps. The man stepped forward, and as he did, the crack in the clock grew wider. The hands began to move again, but the time wasn't right. The clock didn't match the world around her. The moment she had been stuck in was spiraling, twisting beyond recognition. "Help me," she whispered, but no one could hear her. The clock's hands spun wildly now, spinning in reverse, pulling her deeper into the nightmarish reality that the hotel had created, binding her to the moment forever. Emily's breath came in ragged gasps, her chest heaving as the oppressive air around her seemed to tighten, squeezing the very life from her. Her eyes darted frantically around the room, every inch of the space now distorted, as though the boundaries of reality had blurred and twisted. The ticking had become a violent, frenzied pulse, vibrating through her bones, reverberating inside her skull, drowning out every other sound. The cracks in the clock had widened, the jagged fissures stretching, like the gaping maw of some ancient beast waiting to consume everything in sight. The walls themselves were shaking now, the wallpaper peeling and flapping like the wings of some monstrous insect. The shadows in the room had thickened, stretching and squirming like sentient things, like dark, writhing creatures crawling along the floor and up the walls. They whispered her name in 1,000 different voices, soft at first, and then louder, until it became a cacophony of voices, all speaking over one another, each one more desperate, more insistent. It was a language she could not understand, but she didn't need to. The urgency in the whispers was enough. "Get out," one voice hissed, so close she could feel the cold breath on her neck. "Leave now," another begged, its voice trembling with fear. But her feet refused to move. Her body was frozen, anchored to the floor, as though the hotel itself had a hold on her. She was trapped in this nightmare, bound by invisible chains, unable to break free. The shadows pressed against her, creeping closer, folding in on her like a blanket of suffocating darkness. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. All she could do was listen to the relentless ticking pounding like a drum, like an executioner's clock counting down the moments to her end. And then, amid the chaos, there came another sound. It was soft at first, so soft that she almost didn't hear it. A slow, deliberate tap, tap, tap. Footsteps. At first, she thought it was just her mind playing tricks on her, adding to the nightmare. But then it came again, a single tap, followed by another and another. Slow and steady, methodical, as if whoever or whatever was making the sound was in no hurry. The footsteps were unmistakable, growing louder with every passing second, each tap against the wooden floor sending a jolt through her. Emily's head snapped toward the door, her heart pounding in her chest as she tried to make sense of what was happening. The footsteps were coming from the other side of the room, but there was no one there. The door was still locked. The room was empty, except for her. But the footsteps, they were real. She could hear them clearly now, the unmistakable sound of heavy boots dragging across the floor, the scrape of metal against wood. They were coming closer, growing louder with each step. Her body moved on its own, her legs trembling beneath her as she forced herself toward the door. she reached for. The handle, her fingers slick with sweat. But just as she touched it, the footsteps stopped. Dead silence followed. Her breath caught in her throat, her fingers frozen around the handle. The air in the room had gone still, thick and suffocating, and she could feel her pulse pounding in her ears. She didn't dare turn around. She couldn't. She knew deep down that something was standing behind her. Something was waiting. Slowly she turned, her neck creaking as though it hadn't moved in hours. Her eyes fell on the mirror. At first she saw only her own reflection, distorted and warped by the dim light. But then, the reflection began to change. The edges of her image wavered, rippling like water disturbed by an unseen hand. And, from behind her, something moved in the glass, a shadow, a figure. It was tall, far taller than her, and it was moving, watching her through the reflection. Its face was obscured by darkness, a black void where eyes should have been. But she felt it. She felt its gaze boring into her from behind, a cold, empty presence that sent a chill crawling up her spine. Her breath caught in her throat. She didn't know how, but she knew. The thing in the mirror wasn't just a reflection. It wasn't just a shadow. It was real. It was alive. The footsteps began again. But this time they weren't coming from the door. They were coming from behind her. Heavy, deliberate steps. The sound of something closing in on her, slowly, relentlessly. Each tap of the boot seemed to reverberate through the walls, through her very bones. It was getting closer, closer. Tap. She felt the breath on the back of her neck. Tap. Her body screamed at her to run, to move, to get out of the room. But her legs wouldn't move. The fear had paralyzed her. The room felt like it was shrinking, the walls pressing in on her, the air growing thicker with every second. And then, without warning, the door behind her creaked open. The sound was soft at first, like the slow, reluctant groan of a coffin being opened after years of neglect. The hinges squealed, but there was no wind, no force. No one was there. Yet the door swung open on its own, as though some unseen force had pushed it from the other side. And then the footsteps stopped. The air in the room had become unbearable. It was thick, oppressive, suffocating. Emily could feel it pushing against her chest, pushing her toward the door, toward the darkness beyond. Her limbs felt heavy, as though they were made of lead, each movement an effort. The whispers were back now, louder than ever, swirling around her like a storm. A hurricane of voices, all of them pleading with her, all of them insisting that she go, that she leave before it was too late. But she couldn't. The door was open, the darkness beyond it swallowing everything in its path, inviting her to step through, to cross the threshold. Her body trembled, caught between the overwhelming need to flee and the undeniable pull of whatever waited in the hallway, just beyond the door. The whispers grew louder, their words a constant barrage against her mind until they became a roar. They were too much, too many, and she couldn't take it anymore. She had to make a choice. And then, the figure in the mirror moved again. This time, it wasn't just a shadow. It was solid. It was there. It reached toward her with long, twisted fingers, the nails elongated and sharp, scraping against the glass as if trying to pull itself through. Its face, or what passed for one, was no longer obscured by darkness. It was pale, too pale, a gaunt, hollow face with sunken eyes that stared out from beneath a tangled mass of hair. Its lips were stretched into a grotesque, mocking smile, twisted with malice, as though it were enjoying her fear, savoring her terror. Her hand trembled as she reached out for the door, her fingers brushing the cool wood of the frame. The figure, in the mirror, seemed to grow more insistent, its image warping, distorting, as it pushed against the glass. The room seemed to lurch with the effort of it, the shadows writhing like worms beneath the floorboards. And then, suddenly, the whispers stopped. A profound silence filled the room, so absolute that it felt as though the very world had stopped, turning. Emily's breath caught in her throat as she stood frozen in place, her body stiff with terror, her eyes locked on the thing in the mirror. It spoke. The voice that came from the figure was not a whisper. It was a low, guttural growl, a sound that vibrated in her bones, in her soul. "You can't leave," it rasped. "You're already ours." And then, in an instant, the thing was gone. The door slammed shut behind her with a violent force, so sudden and loud that it made her jump, her heart skipping a beat. She spun around, her mind spinning, and there, standing in the doorway, was the tall figure from the mirror. Real now, fully corporeal, a monstrous thing that towered over her. It was here, and it was coming for her. The figure in the doorway was no longer a mere shadow, no longer a reflection in the mirror. It was solid, real, and every inch of it radiated a cold, suffocating presence that pressed against Emily's chest like an invisible hand. Her heart pounded in her ears, blood rushing through her veins as she stood frozen in place. Her limbs felt leaden, heavy, as though the very air had thickened into something far too dense for her to move through. The tall figure stood motionless in the doorway, its face hidden beneath a tangled mess of black hair that fell over its features like a shroud. Its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, were hollow, dark and endless, like two bottomless pits that seemed to draw in all the light around them. Its mouth was wide, twisted into a grotesque grin that stretched far too wide for a human being, revealing rows of jagged, uneven teeth that seemed far too sharp for something that had once been alive. It didn't move, it didn't speak. But Emily could feel its presence, knew its presence, filling the doorway, the hallway beyond, and every inch of the room she was trapped in. The very air around her crackled with an oppressive energy, a suffocating weight that seemed to demand. She bowed to it, to yield, to give in to the terror that had already gripped her soul. A slow, deliberate step forward from the creature, and the floor beneath her feet creaked in response, as if the building itself had awakened to its presence. The sound echoed through the room, like the groan of an ancient, dying thing, its very bones creaking in time with the rhythm of the creature's footsteps. Emily's breath caught in her throat, her body trembling from the sheer intensity of its approach. She could feel her thoughts scattering, her mind spiraling into panic, into frantic, incoherent fragments that made no sense. She had to leave. She had to escape. But she was trapped. She knew she was trapped. The door had slammed shut on its own, locking her in with the thing, with the presence that had stalked her through the mirror, through the very walls of the hotel. Another step. The thing's mouth stretched wider, the grin becoming almost grotesque in its malevolence, and Emily could feel it then, feel its cold breath on the back of her neck, the air thick with decay and the remnants of forgotten lives. The room seemed to tilt as she stepped back, her body moving of its own accord, her legs stiff, heavy, as though they were bound by invisible chains. She couldn't take her eyes off the creature. She couldn't tear her gaze away from the black pits where its eyes should have been, from the smile that seemed to mock her, to revel in her terror. The air grew colder, and she shivered uncontrollably, the chills sinking into her bones, turning her insides to ice. Her skin felt tight, like it was being pulled too thin across her bones, and the room, no, the entire building, seemed to press in on her, pushing her closer and closer to the creature. She could feel it now, the presence, coming from every corner of the room, crawling across the walls, the ceiling, the very air she breathed. "Run," the voice came again, a soft, raspy whisper that emanated from the creature's mouth. It wasn't the voice she had heard before, the whispers that had plagued her thoughts, but something else, something deeper, something older. The words slid across her skin like a layer of ice, chilling her to the core. Run if you can. It took another slow, deliberate step forward, and Emily was snapped from her paralysis, her survival instincts kicking in just as the thing lunged toward her with a horrifying speed that should have been impossible for such a grotesque creature. Her feet were already moving before she even realized it. She turned and bolted toward the door, her hand outstretched toward the cold handle, her heart racing as her breath became ragged and frantic. But the door refused to open. Her fingers fumbled with the handle, slick with sweat, as the creature's footsteps thundered behind her, growing closer, its shadow stretching across the floor like a living thing. With a final, desperate pull, Emily yanked the door open and found herself standing in the hallway. But the hallway was not the one she had entered. The walls were cracked and crumbling, the wallpaper peeling in great chunks, leaving the bare, rotting wood exposed. The floor beneath her feet creaked with every step, the sound echoing in the oppressive silence. The hallway stretched endlessly before her, the light from the flickering sconces casting long, jittery shadows that seemed to move on their own. It was wrong. It wasn't the same hallway she had come through. There were no doors to the left or right, only the narrow, decaying passage stretched out in front of her, twisting and bending as if it had a life of its own. The air was thick with dust, and the faint smell of mildew and decay clung to the walls like a blanket. Every corner she turned seemed to lead to another, darker corner, and the silence, oh, the silence. It pressed in on her, suffocating her, until the only sound she could hear was the rush of blood in her ears. A sudden, sharp sound, the click of boots, reached her ears. Her body froze. Slowly, painfully slowly, she turned her head to the left. The creature was standing there, at the far end of the hallway, just beyond the reach of the light. Its form was blacker than the surrounding shadows, a silhouette of twisted limbs and darkness staring at her with those unblinking, bottomless eyes. The grin on its face was wider now, more feral, more cruel. It tilted its head to one side, as if contemplating her, considering her next move. Then it took a step forward. The click of its boots echoed through the hallway, each tap resonating in Emily's chest like the sound of a death knell. She turned and ran again, her feet pounding against the wooden floor as the hallway seemed to stretch further before her, its end vanishing into darkness. She had to keep running. She couldn't stop. She didn't even know where she was going, only that she had to get away from it, from the creature that was hunting her, chasing her through the maze of this hotel. The further she ran, the more the hallway seemed to distort. The walls curved and bent in unnatural angles, warping around her like the corridors of a nightmare. Every step she took seemed to pull her deeper into the building, deeper into the unknown. The flickering lights above her grew dimmer with each passing second, casting strange, eerie shadows that danced on the walls, moving of their own accord. She could hear it now, the thudding of heavy feet behind her, the scrape of nails against the floor. It was getting closer, so much closer, and then the hallway split. She had no choice. She turned to the right, her heart pounding as she veered down another corridor, more out of instinct than thought. The lights flickered again, casting long shadows that twisted and shifted. She couldn't see anything clearly. Everything felt like a blur, like she was moving through a dream or a nightmare. The hall seemed endless, its walls stretching on forever, pulling her into their depths. And then, at the far end, there was a door, a single door, standing alone at the end of the hallway. It was different from the others, newer, cleaner, with a polished brass handle that gleamed in the dim light. The door seemed to call to her, beckoning her forward. It was the only way out. She had no choice. She reached it in what felt like moments, but in truth, it was longer. Too long. The air around her thickened as she turned the handle, her pulse rising with each second. The moment her fingers touched the cold metal, the door slammed open on its own, as though it had been waiting for her. But what lay beyond it was worse than she could ever have imagined. The door flung open with such force that it nearly knocked Emily off her feet, sending a surge of cold air rushing past her like a tidal wave. The hallway beyond was darker than the one she had just fled from, a thick, oppressive darkness that seemed to swallow the faint light coming from the corridor behind her. The room on the other side of the door stretched out before her, a vast, empty space that seemed to defy reason, its boundaries impossible to define. Emily hesitated, her heart hammering in her chest. She could feel the cold, biting air wrapping around her, pulling her into the room as if it were alive, as though the very walls of the place were hungry. A low, low hum pulsed in the air, a sound that resonated deep in her bones, as though the room itself was vibrating, alive in a way that no ordinary room should be. She stepped forward, her legs unsteady, as though the air was pushing against her, urging her to turn back, to flee. But there was no turning back. There was no other choice. The door slammed shut behind her with a violent thud, echoing through the empty space like a thunderclap. Emily spun around, her pulse quickening, but the door was gone. In its place, the same cold, impenetrable darkness stretched out, encircling her, pushing her deeper into the unknown. The room was vast, too vast, and yet it felt smaller the longer. She stood in it, as though the walls were closing in on her, pressing down, suffocating her. She could see nothing. There was no furniture, no fixtures, no decorations, just darkness. Just the strange hum that seemed to come from nowhere, yet from everywhere at once. She wasn't alone. There was something in the room with her. She could feel it. The air was thick with a presence, an invisible weight pressing against her from all sides, as though something unseen was standing just beyond the range of her vision, waiting, watching. She held her breath, straining to listen, to hear any sound that would give her a clue as to what was in the room with her. But all she could hear was the pounding of her own heart, her breath ragged and shallow in the stillness, and then footsteps, slow, deliberate, heavy. They echoed through the darkness, the sound unmistakable, sharp against the silence. Emily's heart skipped a beat, and she froze, unable to move, unable to speak. The footsteps grew louder, closer, as though someone or something was moving toward her. She spun around, her eyes darting through the blackness, desperate to catch sight of whoever or whatever was coming. But there was nothing. Nothing but the endless void, stretching out in every direction, swallowing the faint glow of the hallway behind her. Tap. The sound was faint at first, almost imperceptible, like a far-off echo, but it grew louder, clearer. The unmistakable sound of boots scraping against the floor, a rhythmic tap-tap in the silence. The footsteps were getting closer, the tapping growing louder, until it was as though the very walls themselves were echoing the sound, amplifying it, sending it reverberating through her chest. Her breath caught in her throat. The air seemed to grow colder with each passing second, and the darkness pressed in, tightening around her as if it were alive, suffocating her, pulling her deeper into itself. She tried to move, to run, but her legs felt like lead. She couldn't move. She was trapped. The footsteps were closing in on her, and she could feel them. Feel the weight of the presence approaching. Feel the dark force gathering around her, tightening like a noose. Tap. It was closer now. Closer. She could feel the presence behind her, just out of reach, just beyond her vision. The footsteps were almost directly behind her. She could hear them in her ear now, could feel the cold breath on her neck, and yet when she spun around there was nothing. Only darkness. Only the empty space that seemed to stretch on forever, and Then a voice. It was soft at first, a whisper carried on the wind, but it grew louder, clearer, until it was all around her. It wasn't a voice she recognized, but it didn't need to be. The tone was cold, distant, but somehow familiar in a way that made her skin crawl. "You are not alone, Emily." Her name. Her own name, spoken by a voice that wasn't her own. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and she spun around again, her heart racing, eyes wild with terror. But the room remained empty. The footsteps had stopped. The voice had stopped. There was only the sound of her own breath, ragged and uneven, echoing through the silence. "You are not alone." The voice came again, clearer this time, louder, more insistent, as though it were reaching into her very soul. The words seemed to hang in the air, as though they were being whispered from all around her. She clutched her chest, struggling to breathe, her pulse pounding in her ears. Suddenly the darkness shifted. A figure materialized from the shadows, moving slowly, deliberately, as if it had been standing there all along, waiting for her to notice. Emily's breath caught in her throat as she stared at the figure. A tall, thin silhouette, its features obscured by the darkness, its form unnatural, like something that didn't belong in the world of the living. The figure stepped forward, and the air grew even colder, a biting chill that sank deep into her bones, freezing her from the inside out. Her heart hammered in her chest as she stepped backward, trying to create space between her and the figure, but the room seemed to close in on her, the walls pressing in like the jaws of a trap. "Emily," the voice whispered again, and this time it was clearer than ever, right beside her ear. She could feel the breath, cold and clammy against her skin. "Why did you come here?" The figure stepped closer, its movements unnaturally slow, its face still hidden in the shadows. But as it moved, Emily could see it more clearly, see the outline of its twisted form, the way its limbs seemed to bend at impossible angles, like something that had been broken and put back together wrong. The figure was wearing a long, dark coat, its edges tattered and worn, as though it had been roaming these halls for decades. The footsteps had started again, but now they weren't coming from behind her. They were coming from all around her, surrounding her, closing in like a predator stalking its prey. Each step was slow, deliberate, as though the figure was toying with her, savoring her fear. "You shouldn't have come," the voice continued, its tone cold, unfeeling. "You shouldn't have tried to escape." Emily's mind spun, her thoughts scrambling, unable to process what was happening, unable to comprehend the horror that was unfolding before her. She had tried to escape. She had thought she could leave this nightmare behind. But it had followed her. The hotel had followed her. This thing, had followed her. "You are part of us now, Emily," the voice whispered, a deep, guttural laugh following. "You can never leave." The figure took another step forward, and this time, its face emerged from the shadows, and Emily's breath caught in her throat. The face was twisted, grotesque, its features stretched and distorted in ways that defied human anatomy. Its eyes were wide, too wide, and black as coal, the pupils pinpricks of darkness that seemed to swallow the light. The smile that split its face was too wide, too sharp, its teeth jagged and yellowed with age. Emily screamed, the sound tearing from her throat as she spun around, her feet slipping on the cold floor as she desperately tried to run, but there was nowhere to go. The hallway stretched endlessly before her, and the figure was already there, standing in her way, blocking her path, its dark presence filling the space. "No one leaves the Rosewood," the voice hissed. "Not now, not ever." The walls seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the voice, the room constricting, shrinking around her as the figure closed in, its long fingers reaching for her. Emily stumbled back, her mind a haze of fear and panic, but there was no escape. She had known that. She had always known that, and now it was too late. The room closed in around her, the darkness swallowing everything. The figure reached out, its fingers brushing against her skin, cold as death, and then the world went dark. When Emily awoke, she wasn't sure how much time had passed. It could have been hours or maybe just seconds, but the world around her felt distant, disconnected, as though she were drifting in some kind of liminal space between consciousness and nightmare. Her head throbbed painfully, and her throat burned as though she had screamed for an eternity. Her limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, like they were made of stone. She tried to move, but her body refused to obey, as if it were unwilling to leave, the clutches of whatever had wrapped itself around her. It took everything she had to open her eyes. When she finally did, she found herself in a place that seemed even more wrong than the darkness she had just left. The room was vast, too vast, impossibly so, its walls stretching high above her into the inky blackness. The air was cold and stale, thick with the scent of decay, like the remnants of something long forgotten. But it wasn't just the stench of rot that filled her lungs. There was something else in the air, something that gnawed at the edges of her mind, something that whispered to her in a language she couldn't understand. She was lying on the floor, her back against something smooth and hard. She pushed herself up slowly, shakily, her vision swimming in and out of focus. A dull metallic sound echoed in the distance, faint but unmistakable, a thrum of movement, an unnatural rhythm like the hum of machinery. It was almost as if the world around her were alive, pulsing with some deep, unseen energy. A feeling she could never quite shake from the corners of her mind, the distinct impression that she had somehow entered the belly of the beast. Her heart pounded painfully in her chest as she rose to her feet. Her legs were unsteady, as though they had forgotten how to support her. Every step was a struggle, but she forced herself to move. She had to. She had to get out of here, out of this place that felt like it was made of nothing but wrongness. As she stumbled forward, a low rumbling filled the space around her, and she froze in place. The sound was like the growl of some great slumbering beast, deep and resonant, vibrating through the very floor beneath her feet. It was coming from all around her, from the walls, from beneath the ground itself. It was the hum of something that had been alive for far too long, something that had seen the passing of countless years, and now it was awake. The rumbling grew louder, and suddenly there was a shift in the air, a change in the pressure around her. She turned slowly, her breath quickening in her chest, her pulse racing. There, in front of her, stood an elevator. It wasn't like any elevator she had ever seen before. The metal doors were old, rusted, their surface covered with thick layers of grime and dust. The buttons on the wall beside it were cracked and faded, the numbers barely visible, like something that had been long forgotten. Her body trembled, but she couldn't seem to stop herself. Her hand reached out, almost of its own accord, to press the button. She could feel it calling to her, pulling her toward it like an unseen force. She knew, deep down, that this wasn't the elevator she had come to know in the hotel. It wasn't the elevator she had ridden before, the one that had brought her to this nightmare in the first place. This elevator was different. It was ancient, its very presence echoing with the weight of time, as though it had been here for centuries, watching, waiting for her. When her fingers touched the button, the doors slid open with a groan of metal. On metal, the sound loud and distorted, as though the very air around her had been distorted by the motion. The elevator was pitch black inside, as though there were no lights at all. There was nothing but the void, an emptiness so profound that it felt as if she were about to fall into it, swallowed by its depths. The rumbling grew louder, a deep, unsettling sound that shook the walls around her, making the floor tremble beneath her feet. She could feel it now, this presence that had been stalking her since the moment she had entered the hotel. It was here, in the walls, in the elevator, in the very air around her. It was waiting for her. "Go ahead," a voice whispered in the darkness, the same voice that had spoken to her before, the one that had haunted her thoughts. "You've come this far. You've nowhere else to go." The words echoed in her mind like a mantra, each syllable sinking into her skin, each one feeding into the growing dread that consumed her. She could feel the weight of the room closing in on her, the space around her shrinking, tightening until it felt like she was standing at the edge of some great abyss. Her heart raced in her chest, her body frozen in place as she stared into the abyss that lay beyond the elevator's open doors. Something inside her screamed to run, to escape, to find some other way out of this nightmare. But her legs wouldn't move. She couldn't move. The elevator was calling her. The hum grew louder. She stepped inside. The doors slid shut with a clang, sealing her within the small claustrophobic space. The air in the elevator was thick with the same oppressive, suffocating presence that filled the hotel, the same sense of something ancient and evil that she couldn't escape. The lights flickered once, casting a dim glow across the elevator's walls before plunging her back into darkness. And then the elevator moved. It wasn't the smooth, quiet motion of a modern elevator. It was rough, jerky, as though the mechanisms had not been used in years. Each movement sent a jolt of terror through Emily's body, her stomach lurching with each shift. The sound of grinding metal filled the air, followed by the low, guttural hum that seemed to vibrate through her very bones. And then, something changed. The air around her seemed to thicken, and the elevator jerked to a sudden halt. The doors opened. But it wasn't the ground floor. It wasn't even the third floor. The room beyond the doors was unlike anything she had ever seen. An expanse of shadows stretching out into the distance like some dark, endless tunnel. The walls were covered in strange symbols, markings that seemed to pulse with a faint, eerie light. The floor was slick, wet, as though it had been flooded for years, the water black and murky, swirling like something alive. There was a sound, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper, but it was coming from everywhere. It filled the air, seeped into her very mind, until she couldn't tell where it was coming from, only that it was all around her. She couldn't understand the words, but the tone was unmistakable. It was a warning, a threat. But the elevator had brought her here. It had brought her to this place, to this point in time. She had nowhere else to go but forward. The darkness beyond the doors seemed to shift, and in the distance a figure appeared. It was just a shadow at first, but then, slowly, it became more solid, more defined, as though it were being pulled out of the darkness, drawn toward her. The figure was tall, impossibly tall, its features obscured by the shadows, but the outline of it was unmistakable. It had the same twisted limbs, the same unholy form that she had seen in the mirror, the same presence that had stalked her since the moment she stepped into the hotel. The creature that had hunted her, that had followed her, was standing before her now, its dark eyes locked on her with a hunger she could feel in her very soul. "Welcome home," it said, its voice low and guttural, its words crawling into her mind like a poison. The room seemed to pulse with its presence, the very walls closing in on her, the air thick with an oppressive weight. The shadows began to stretch, reaching for her like hands, like claws, pulling her deeper into the darkness, into the abyss that she had been running from. She wanted to scream, she wanted to run, but there was no escape. The creature stepped forward, its presence engulfing her, the air crackling with the energy of it. The elevator doors slid shut behind her with a final, resounding clang, and the world went dark. Emily's mind was unraveling, a tangled web of confusion and dread, each thread slipping through her fingers like sand. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't move. The air was thick with an oppressive weight, as if the very fabric of the room was suffocating her, pulling her deeper into the abyss she had unwittingly stumbled into. She wanted to scream, to fight, but the words wouldn't come. Her throat felt tight, choked by something unseen. Her body felt numb, as though she had been frozen, locked in place by the overwhelming presence that surrounded her. She couldn't see clearly. The world around her was hazy, like the remnants of a fevered dream, distant and blurred. The figure, in front of her, the creature, loomed like a dark silhouette, its presence so large, so all-encompassing, that it seemed to fill the entire space, swallowing the walls, the floor, the air itself. It was as if she were standing inside the creature, suffocated by it, trapped in its endless shadow. "You don't belong here," the voice rasped, low and guttural, like the sound of nails scraping across stone. "This is where you were always meant to be. You can't leave now." The words slithered into her mind, wriggling their way into her thoughts, settling there like parasites, feeding on her fear. Emily could feel the weight of them pressing down on her chest, crushing her, leaving her with no room to breathe, no room to escape. The creature's eyes, black pits, endless and hollow, were fixed on her with an intensity that made her feel as if she were being devoured by its gaze. She couldn't look away. She couldn't look anywhere else. The darkness had consumed her vision, had consumed everything. A voice from behind her. "Don't listen to it." The words were faint, like a whisper carried on the wind, but they were there. A sharp, desperate whisper that cut through the suffocating silence. Emily turned her head slowly, her body aching with every movement. The figure, the creature, it was still there, still looming in front of her, but the voice was coming from somewhere else, somewhere behind her. A door hidden in the shadows, standing ajar at the far end of the room. The faintest light leaked from within, a sickly yellow glow that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. Emily's legs felt weak beneath her, and her hands trembled uncontrollably as she stepped forward, compelled by the voice, by the pull of whatever lay beyond the door. Every step was an effort, but she couldn't stop herself. The door was the only thing that made sense, the only thing that offered a chance, no matter how small. She reached for the door handle, her fingers brushing the cold metal, and the world seemed to shift. The air seemed to snap, the oppressive weight pressing against her chest like a vice. She yanked the door open. The room beyond was unlike anything she had expected. It wasn't a hallway, nor was it another chamber filled with darkness. Instead, it was a small, dimly lit space, lined with shelves that seemed to stretch up to the ceiling. The walls were lined with books, ancient, tattered volumes stacked in neat piles, their leather bindings cracked and worn. The air smelled musty, like old paper and dust. It was a room that could have been forgotten by time itself, a room that seemed to belong to no one and everyone at once. And there, in the center of the room, was a small wooden desk. A guestbook rested on the desk, its pages yellowed with age. The words "guestbook" were inscribed in fading gold leaf on the cover, the letters curling at the edges as if they had once been bright and inviting, but now seemed to fade into the wood, blending in with the shadows. Emily felt drawn to it, unable to resist. She stepped forward, her feet carrying her across the room as if the book were calling to her. She reached for it, her hand trembling as she lifted the cover. The pages were thick, heavy, their edges brittle. She could barely see the ink scrawled across the pages, but one thing was unmistakable. The names of people who had stayed at the Rosewood Hotel. Each page was filled with them, one after another. A long list of names, some faded so much that they were nearly unreadable. Others scrawled in frantic, jagged handwriting, as though the writer had been in a hurry, desperate to leave behind their mark. Her eyes skimmed the names, moving down the page, her mind numb, her body still. But then something made her pause. A name. Emily Clarkson. Her breath caught in her throat. She blinked, and when she looked again, it was still there. Emily Clarkson. The name was written in fresh ink, bold and precise, but it had no date beside it. No indication of when she had signed. No indication of when she had been there, but she had never signed a guest book. She had never written her name in that book. A chill crawled up her spine and she took a step back, her mind racing, but before she could turn to leave, another name caught her eye. It was written just below hers. John Clarkson. Her pulse quickened. The name hit her like a blow to the chest. John Clarkson, her father. Her thoughts spun into chaos, confusion flooding her mind like a torrential storm. Why was his name there? Why was it here, in this place? She had never heard of anyone named John Clarkson at the hotel, but now his name was there, written neatly beneath hers, as though it had always been a part of the story, a part of the history of the Rosewood Hotel. Something in her snapped, something primal, something that surged from the depths of her being and clawed at the surface of her consciousness. Her hands shook as she flipped the page, flipping through the brittle yellowed pages in search of something, anything that might make sense of this. The pages turned one after the other until she reached the last page, and there, at the very bottom, written in the smallest handwriting yet, was another name, Lillian Clarkson. Her mother. Her blood ran cold, the world around her spinning out of control. She had no memory of her mother ever being here. No memory of her parents ever staying at the Rosewood Hotel. But the names, they were there, etched in ink, forever a part of this place. She slammed the book shut, but the room didn't stop spinning. The shadows around her seemed to thicken, twisting and writhing in the corners of the room. The book felt heavier in her hands, as if it were pulling her deeper into this world that had already consumed so many others. And then, the voice came again. This time it was louder, clearer, and it was coming from behind her. Welcome home, Emily. Welcome to the family. She whirled around, but the room was empty. The shadows had become more solid, and the once faint hum from before now resonated through her body, vibrating against her bones, shaking her to the core. She backed away from the desk, but the shadows followed, moving in the corners of her vision, flickering, growing. The hotel had always known her name. The walls groaned. The floor trembled beneath her feet. The shadows in the room reached out like fingers, like hands pulling her back toward the desk, toward the names, toward the inevitable. And before she could take another step, the darkness closed in on her, consuming her, suffocating her. The last thing she saw was the guest book, its pages opening once more to reveal her name, her father's, her mother's, and the names of all the others who had come before her. The hotel had claimed them all, and it was claiming her now. The darkness consumed everything, her thoughts, her vision, her very essence. She could feel herself being drawn into it, like a thread slowly being pulled from a spool. There was nothing but the deafening silence, broken only by the sound of her own ragged breathing. Emily's legs trembled beneath her, and she struggled to stay upright, but the air around her seemed to push her down, forcing her to sink into the abyss that surrounded her. Her heart pounded in her chest as she tried to make sense of what was happening, tried to find some way out of the labyrinth she had found herself in. But everything felt wrong. Everything felt impossible. The Rosewood Hotel, with its endless corridors and shifting walls, had already swallowed her, and now it was swallowing her mind. The shadows grew thicker around her, swirling like a living thing, folding in on themselves as they reached out toward her. The temperature had dropped again, the air turning icy cold, and she could see her breath misting in front of her, a sharp contrast against the blackness that enveloped her. She stumbled forward, her eyes searching desperately for something, anything that could help her make sense of the nightmare that had become her reality. And then, as if on cue, the shadows receded. For a moment, everything was still. The silence, the cold, the darkness. They all hung in the air like a thick veil, suspended in time. The floor beneath her feet creaked and groaned, the sound of old wood bending under pressure. Emily looked around, but there was nothing. Only emptiness. But then she saw it. At the far end of the room, hidden in the folds of the darkness, was a door. It stood alone, isolated from everything else in the room, its edges faintly illuminated by a sickly yellow glow that seemed to pulse like the rhythm of a dying heart. The door was old, too old. The wood was chipped, the paint flaking off in places, revealing the dark, weathered wood beneath. But it was the only thing that seemed to offer any escape. It was the only thing that felt like it might lead her out of this nightmare, with no other choice. Emily moved toward it, her steps slow and cautious, as if the very act of walking might provoke the darkness into swallowing her whole. The closer she got, the more the door seemed to loom, growing larger, more oppressive. The faint yellow light at its edges grew brighter, casting long, distorted shadows across the room, making it seem as if the door was more than just an exit. It was a threshold to something beyond her comprehension. Her hand reached out toward the doorknob, and when her fingers made contact, a jolt of electricity shot through her body, making her flinch. The knob was cold, colder than the surrounding air, and it hummed with an unnatural energy, as though it were alive, as though it were waiting for her to open it. With a deep breath, Emily twisted the knob. The door opened with a creak, a sound that echoed through the room like the cry of some ancient, forgotten creature. But when she looked inside, what she saw made her blood run cold. It wasn't a room at all. It was nothing. The space beyond the door was a void, a vast, empty expanse that seemed to stretch out forever. It was as if the room she had opened had been devoured by the same darkness that had swallowed the rest of the hotel. There were no walls, no ceiling, no floor, just an infinite nothingness. The yellow light flickered around the edges of the doorframe, but it didn't illuminate anything beyond it. It was as if the door itself was a portal to an empty dimension, a space that existed outside of time and reality. Emily stepped back, her body frozen with shock. She tried to look away, tried to move, but her legs wouldn't obey her. She was rooted to the spot, her mind racing, her pulse pounding in her ears. It didn't make sense, none of it made sense. And then the room around her began to shift. It started slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, like a ripple in the fabric of reality itself. The floor beneath her feet trembled, and the walls around her began to warp and bend. The edges of the room grew blurry, as if the hotel itself were bending, distorting, trying to escape her gaze. The shadows shifted, stretching out like fingers, reaching for her, pulling her deeper into the void. The air grew thicker, heavier, as if it were closing in around her, suffocating her. The door began to close on its own. At first it was a small movement, but then it grew more pronounced, the door shutting slowly, as if some unseen force were pushing it closed. Emily's breath caught in her throat as she watched in horror, knowing that she was running out of time, running out of options. She reached out, her hand trembling as she tried to stop the door from closing, but when she touched it, it felt wrong. The surface was smooth and cold, but it was as if it didn't belong to this world. Like it was part of something ancient, something that didn't follow the rules of time or space. The door was closing, and with it, any hope of escape. In the darkness behind her, a sound, a whisper, reached her ears. It was faint at first, barely audible, but as it grew louder, Emily could make out the words. "You're not supposed to. Be here." The voice was low, deep, and it seemed to reverberate through her very bones. It was a voice that carried centuries of malice, centuries of rage, a voice that had seen everything, that had witnessed every tragedy, every death, every soul that had passed through the hotel's cursed halls. You've disturbed the balance. Emily's breath came faster now, panic rising in her chest as the door moved ever closer to being completely shut. Her fingers scrabbled at the edges of the frame, trying desperately to pry it open. But it was as if the door were made of stone, as if it were an immovable object that had been placed there to trap her, and then, in the blink of an eye, the door slammed shut. The room went completely dark. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the weight of the darkness pressed in on her from every direction. Emily could hear nothing but her own heartbeat, her own breath, and the faint, distant hum that seemed to come from the very walls. It was as though the hotel itself were alive, its very essence pulsating around her, drawing her deeper into its bowels. And then she felt it, a cold hand, ice cold, pressed against her shoulder. She spun around, her heart stopping in her chest. There, standing in the shadows, was a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form obscured by the darkness. But as Emily's eyes adjusted, she could make out the shape of it. A tall man, his face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. His coat was long, dark, and tattered, as if it had been worn for decades. The figure stood still, unmoving, but his presence was overwhelming. The air seemed to shift around him, as if the very world were bending to accommodate him. "You're late," the figure said, its voice a low growl, thick with an ancient, unspoken authority. "You were never meant to see this." Emily opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came. Her voice had been stolen, silenced by the sheer power of the creature standing before her. She felt her limbs stiffen, as though they were being drawn into the figure's control. "But you've already crossed the line," it continued, taking a step forward. "Now you will stay with us, forever." The darkness in the room seemed to deepen, and Emily felt herself being drawn toward the figure. She tried to resist, to pull away, but it was like wading through water, the weight of the darkness making it impossible to escape. The air grew colder, and the walls seemed to close in around her. Then, with a final guttural whisper, the figure stepped forward, his hand reaching out toward her, and the world around her vanished. When Emily awoke again, the world around her had shifted again. The darkness had receded, though she could still feel its suffocating presence lurking just out of sight. She was lying on a cold stone floor now, her limbs stiff from the strange, oppressive atmosphere that seemed to press down on her at every turn. Her mouth was dry, and her body ached as though she had been asleep for days, or longer. She tried to push herself up, but the pain in her head was blinding, and the weight of the air around her seemed to pull her down again, dragging her deeper into some unseen grasp. Her surroundings were unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar. The floor beneath her was made of rough stone, smooth and cold beneath her palms, and the walls around her were damp and covered in moss. She could barely make out the edges of the room as the faint light from somewhere overhead cast long, eerie shadows on the walls, twisting and contorting them into grotesque shapes. The air was thick, too thick, laden with the scent of mildew and something more, something that made her stomach turn. The smell of decay, the smell of old, forgotten things. As she pushed herself to a sitting position, she could hear the faint murmur of voices in the distance. It was indistinct at first, just a vague whispering, like the wind passing through cracked windows. But as she listened harder, straining to make sense of the murmurs, the words became clearer, more distinct. It was a language she didn't recognize, but there was something familiar about it, something that sent a chill through her spine, a sense that she had heard it before in the deep recesses of her nightmares. "Stay with us," the whispers repeated. growing louder, more insistent. "You belong here. You are one of us." The voice was coming from behind her, from the shadows, and though she couldn't see its source, she could feel its presence, feel the oppressive weight of it growing heavier with each passing moment. She had to get out of here, had to find a way to escape, to break free from whatever this place was, from whatever force had claimed her. She looked around the room, her eyes scanning the surroundings, but there was nothing, just shadows and stone, thick with a stagnant, unnatural stillness. It felt as though she had been pulled into some sort of pocket dimension, a place outside the boundaries of reality where time and space had no meaning. Nothing about this place made sense. Nothing had made sense since she first entered the Rosewood Hotel. Her heart raced in her chest as she slowly stood, her legs wobbling beneath her. The floor creaked with each step, the sound echoing unnervingly in the cavernous, empty space. She needed to find the exit. She had to find the way out of this nightmare. She moved forward cautiously, her senses on high alert, as the whispering voices continued to swirl around her, growing louder, more insistent. They came from every direction, filling the room like a swarm of insects, overwhelming her with their constant murmurs. She couldn't block them out. She couldn't stop them. She walked for what felt like hours, though she couldn't be sure of the passage of time in this place. The stone walls seemed to stretch endlessly before her, curving and twisting as if the space itself was alive and aware. Eventually, she found herself standing before another door. It wasn't like the others. This one was solid, made of dark, aged wood, its surface smooth and polished, like it had been cared for over the years. The frame was carved with intricate designs, twisted patterns that resembled vines or roots, curling around the edges like some ancient living thing. The door was partially ajar, and a dim, flickering light seeped through the gap. Without thinking, she pushed the door open. What lay beyond it wasn't a room, it was an entirely different world. The space was enormous, stretching as far as her eyes could see. It looked like a great hall, but it wasn't like any hall she had ever seen before. The walls were lined with towering bookshelves, their shelves crammed with dusty, ancient books, their leather bindings cracked and brittle with age. The ceiling, above her, was impossibly high, stretching into the darkness, where shadows clung to the stone, and the rafters seemed to disappear into the void above. The air was thick, saturated with the smell of old paper and candle wax, but beneath it all was the faint, acrid odor of something decaying, something long dead. She stepped inside, her feet making no sound as she moved across the cold stone floor. Her eyes were drawn to the far end of the hall, where an ornate wooden desk stood, covered in papers, dusty old tomes, and strange, glowing symbols. But it wasn't the desk that caught her attention. It was the figures standing before it. At first she thought they were shadows, but as she took a step closer, she realized they were real, but not human. There were 5 of them, all dressed in long black robes, their faces obscured by the hoods that covered them. But there was something wrong about them, something that sent a shiver down her spine. Their skin was too pale, their features too sharp. Their eyes glowed faintly from beneath the hoods, but there was no warmth in them, no life. Only an eerie, otherworldly presence. They turned in unison to face her as she approached, their movements synchronized, deliberate. Their eyes locked onto her, and Emily felt a surge of cold panic wash over her, like a wave crashing against the shore. She wanted to scream, to run, but her body refused to obey. One of the figures stepped forward, its movement smooth, unnervingly graceful. Its voice was low and quiet, but it carried a weight of authority, an ancient power that seemed to vibrate in the very air around them. "You have disturbed the balance," it said, its voice cold, unfeeling. "And now you must pay the price." Emily opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. The figure raised a hand, and the room seemed to close in on her, the shadows growing thicker, darker. She could feel them, the figures, their presence overwhelming, pulling her closer into their fold, pulling her into their world. Another figure stepped forward, its mouth moving in sync with the words it was speaking. "You are a guest, here now, one who has crossed the threshold, but not a welcome one." Emily's mind reeled. She couldn't understand. She couldn't make sense of what they were saying. The world around her seemed to collapse inward, and the light in the room flickered, casting strange, twisting shadows on the walls. The figure that had spoken before stepped forward again, its hands outstretched, as if preparing to seal her fate. "You will stay with us," it intoned, "forever." As the words left its lips, the room seemed to pulse with energy. The walls of the hall shuddered, and Emily felt herself being pulled forward, dragged into the circle of figures. The air seemed to crackle with static, a low hum vibrating in her chest as the room seemed to close in around her, the figures growing taller, their presence suffocating. "You will become one of us," the figure said, its voice now a soft, melodic chant. "One of the forgotten." Before Emily could react, the shadows surged forward, enveloping her like a tidal wave. Her body was pulled into the embrace of the darkness, her thoughts slipping away as she was consumed by the cold, the nothingness. And in the silence, there was only one thing left, the unmistakable sound of a clock ticking in the distance, somewhere deep within the walls. Time was running out. Emily's mind screamed in the darkness, but no sound escaped. The world around her felt like it was falling away, no longer stable, no longer grounded. She was weightless, floating, or maybe she was being pulled deeper into something that didn't belong to this world, something ancient, something hungry. The shadows that had wrapped themselves around her twisted and shifted like a mass of serpents, cold and unrelenting, suffocating her, pulling her into their embrace. Every inch of her skin seemed to tingle, like static electricity buzzing just beneath the surface. She tried to move, tried to scream, but no words would come. Her body wouldn't respond. She was a puppet, strings cut by some unseen hand, her limbs no more than dead weight. The world had become a blur, flashes of pale, flickering light slicing through the blackness, as though time itself was slipping through her grasp. There was a noise now, a low murmur, rising from the depths, as if the walls themselves were speaking. The voices were indistinct at first, just faint whispers too far away to make sense of. But as the darkness pressed in tighter, the murmur grew louder, clearer. They were words. The chant of some long-forgotten language, spoken by 1,000 voices that filled the room, the hall, the very air. It was a ritual, she realized, a ritual that had been performed countless times before by countless others, and now it was her turn. The air thickened with the sound of the chant, its rhythm pounding in her ears, a steady pulse that matched the frantic thumping of her heart. She could feel the weight of it, feel it pressing into her chest like 1,000 invisible hands, pushing her deeper into the void. The chanting grew louder, now filling every corner of her mind, sinking into her thoughts, making her head swim. She tried to block it out, to push it away, but it was no use. The voices were inside her now. They were part of her. "Embrace it," one of the voices whispered, its tone soothing and yet twisted, like a lullaby sung by something long dead. "You are chosen. You are one of us now." Her heart clenched as the words sank in. One of them. Chosen. The idea twisted in her gut, like a blade slowly turning, carving into her very soul. This wasn't freedom. This wasn't escape. This was nothingness. This was becoming a part of something far darker than anything she could imagine. The floor beneath her shifted, groaning as if it were alive, and a cold wind swept through the room, making the shadows dance around her. The chanting grew in intensity, as though it were coming from every direction surrounding her. It wasn't just in her ears now, it was inside her. Her chest tightened as the weight of the ritual closed in. She could feel it, the power of it, the ancient force that had been waiting for her to cross that line, to step beyond the point of no return. And then it stopped. A silence so profound it felt like her heart had stopped beating, like the world itself had ceased to exist for a moment. The oppressive weight that had been pressing on her chest lifted, and the air felt suddenly empty. Emily opened her eyes. She hadn't realized they had been closed. She had been afraid to open them, afraid of what she would see. But now, as she slowly blinked against the oppressive darkness, she could see it, the source of the silence. Before her stood a figure, tall, impossibly tall, and covered in layers of dark, tattered robes. The figure was standing perfectly still, a silhouette against the faint glow of the distant light. Its face was obscured by the hood, but Emily could feel its gaze, cold, unfeeling, as though it had been watching her for centuries. Its hands were outstretched, blackened, twisted, and unnaturally long. The fingers seemed to stretch and writhe as though they had a life of their own. It was one of the figures from the hall. She recognized it. But this one felt different, older somehow. Its presence was not just oppressive, it was final. The air seemed to throb with its energy, and the space around it seemed to warp and bend, as though the fabric of reality itself were twisting to accommodate the figure's power. "You are part of the ritual now," the figure said, its voice like an echo reverberating inside her mind. "You have passed the test, you will stay, you will feed." The words sent a chill through her veins. She opened her mouth to scream, to fight back, but the air around her seemed to thicken, to choke her, and no sound came. The words were already in her, filling her mind, filling her soul, pressing against her chest like a weight she couldn't bear. The shadows in the room seemed to respond to the figure's voice, stretching and writhing as if they were alive, as if they were hungry. The figure moved, slow, deliberate. Its steps made no sound against the floor, but the air itself seemed to bend around it, suffocating her. It was coming closer now, and with each step it took, the shadows deepened. The room, the space, the very dimensions of the place began to stretch, warping into something unfamiliar, something wrong. And then, just as the figure reached her, a flash of blinding light tore through the darkness. The sound of 1,000 voices, thundering, chanting, erupted in her ears, a roar of power that shook her very bones. She tried to turn, to shield her eyes from the light, but she couldn't move. She was frozen in place, her body betraying her, her limbs locked in place by some unseen force. And then the figure reached out with its twisted hands. "It is time to become one with us," it whispered, its voice laced with malice and ancient power. The words slid into her skin like a poison, a dark seed planted deep inside her heart. It reached for her, its fingers cold as ice, its touch like the touch of death itself. Emily screamed, though no sound came from her lips. Her vision blurred as the light overwhelmed her, as the darkness closed in, pulling her deeper into its fold. The figure's hands gripped her arms, pulling her toward it, and as it did, the world around her seemed to shatter. Everything was falling apart. The room collapsed into shadows, the light twisted into nothingness, and the chanting, the voices, became a roar of chaos that filled her mind, filling her soul with terror. She could feel herself being pulled toward it, the darkness, the figure, the ritual that had claimed so many others before her, the ritual that was now claiming her. In that moment, as her vision swam and the light fractured into pieces, Emily realized something horrifying. There was no escape. She was already part of it. The ritual had already claimed her. She had crossed the threshold, had crossed the line, and now there was no turning back. And as the figure's hands tightened around her, pulling her deeper into the void, she understood. She was not just a guest anymore. She was a sacrifice, a part of the endless, timeless ritual that would go on forever. Her last breath caught in her throat as the shadows consumed her, and in the silence, there was only the sound of the clock ticking steadily in the distance, marking the passing of time in a world that no longer obeyed its laws. Time had ceased to exist. In the space that had once been a room, where shadows had bled into every corner, where Emily had been consumed by darkness, now there was only a disorienting stillness. Her senses, once overwhelmed by the oppressive air and the constant thrum of unseen forces, were now stifled by an unnatural calm. It felt as though her body had been emptied of everything it had ever known. No thoughts, no breath, no heartbeat. She could still feel the heavy pull of the shadows, but they were no longer an external force. They were inside her. They were a part of her now, creeping through her veins like cold, dead water. There was nothing but the hollow echo of the clock's tick-tock, reverberating through the infinite dark. Each beat of the clock felt like it was tearing apart her soul, the rhythm counting down her very existence. She couldn't tell if she was moving through time, or if time itself had been unraveled entirely. Somewhere, in the vast distance, she could hear whispers, soft murmurs. Her name repeated over and over. But they were distant now, fading like echoes across an infinite void. Her name had become more of a sigh than a sound, as though the walls of the universe itself had inhaled it, swallowed it whole. Emily, Emily. The voice broke through the endless murmur like a burst of sound in a vacuum. You're here, but you're not. The words reverberated inside her skull, and Emily jerked forward, her body moving in ways that defied logic. But she wasn't controlling her limbs. She was no longer in control of anything. She felt as though she were a passenger in her own body, a ghost watching as the world moved around her without her permission. You're not who you think you are, the voice whispered again, now closer, more distinct. You've been here before. Many times before. Emily felt the air shift around her, like an invisible force had swept through the room and changed the very fabric of the space. The sensation was cold, unnervingly cold, and she felt her heartbeat skip a beat. She blinked rapidly, her vision struggling to clear, her mind trying to grasp the meaning of the words that had been spoken to her. Suddenly, the shadows peeled away, sliding off her like liquid ink, revealing something she hadn't noticed before. A door. A single wooden door, old and rotting, framed in blackness, standing where it had never been. She had to approach it. She had to open it, despite the overwhelming fear that gripped her chest. She reached for the knob, which was as cold as ice, and turned it. As the door creaked open, a flood of light poured into the dark space, but it wasn't warm. It wasn't the comforting light of salvation. It was a harsh, bright light that tore into her soul, burning her eyes, blinding her. She stumbled forward, her hand shielding her eyes, and as she crossed the threshold, everything went still again. The noise of the outside world faded into nothingness, and what remained was an eerie, timeless silence. And then she saw it. The room she entered was the hotel's lobby, but it was different. It was wrong. The walls were cracked and aged, beyond what they had been before. The once grand chandelier now hung limp, its crystals broken and shattered, dust and cobwebs clinging to every inch of the floor. The air was thick with the smell of mildew, rot, and something else. Something metallic. It tasted bitter in the back of her throat. and she had to fight the urge to gag. But the most unsettling thing of all was the guest book that lay open on the front desk. The same guest book, the book she had seen earlier, the one with her name on it. Her fingers froze, her body going rigid as she saw the pages once again, all filled with familiar names. Emily Clarkson, John Clarkson, Lillian Clarkson. She had crossed the line, but now there was something else. Something in the page after page of names. Each name was written with a date. Each name was dated not with a time that she recognized, but with a time that stretched beyond her comprehension. Beyond any measure of time she knew. No, Emily whispered. She took a step back, the horrifying truth starting to seep into her mind, filling every corner of her consciousness like a poison. The names weren't just names, they were cycles. There were dozens of names, thousands maybe. But as she stared at the page, the realization hit her with the force of 1,000 hammers. Each name, each soul that had stayed at the Rosewood Hotel before her, was her. They were all her. She had lived this moment before, countless times. She was not an individual. She was not separate. She had been trapped in this loop, this cycle, over and over again. And the clock that ticked endlessly in the distance had marked every single one of her deaths, every single one of her resurrections. Each page was a chapter in her eternal torment. Each name was her own, repeating over and over in a never-ending story written by an unseen hand. And her parents, John and Lillian, they were no different. They too had been here before. They too had become part of this endless cycle, as much a part of the hotel as its walls and floors. A sudden sharp pain shot through Emily's chest, and she collapsed to her knees. The weight of the truth pressed down on her with all its crushing force, and she could feel her own mind fracturing under the strain. She wasn't meant to be free. She wasn't meant to leave. The Rosewood Hotel was a place for souls, souls that had been bound here, trapped in a cycle of never-ending death and rebirth. "You're not escaping, Emily," the voice whispered. Again, but this time it was not just in her mind. It was all around her, resonating from the very walls. "You never have, and you never will. You belong to us." The walls around her seemed to breathe, swelling and contracting, as if the hotel itself was alive, as if it had been feeding off her and off countless others for centuries. The very air she breathed was thick with the souls of those who had come before her. And as they swirled around her, she could feel their sorrow, their anger, their endless, anguished cries. Her hand trembled as it reached out to touch the guest book. And when her fingers brushed the surface, the ink on the page began to writhe as though it were alive. The letters twisted, distorted, and a new name began to form, scrawled in black ink beneath her own, Emily Clarkson. And beneath it, the date read, October 13th, 2025. The realization hit her like a slap to the face. It wasn't just a name. It was a new page in the endless cycle. The same name, the same soul, written again and again, trapped in the never-ending loop of the hotel's curse. "No," she gasped, her voice strangled, her heart slamming in her chest. I can't." But she was already too late. The walls closed in on her, and the book snapped shut with a final resounding thud. Her mind screamed in horror as she realized the truth. She was never meant to leave the Rosewood Hotel. She never had, and she never would. The door had led her here, but it hadn't been an exit. It had been another trap, another chapter in a story that was bound to repeat for eternity. And as the clock's hands ticked forward, marking yet another cycle, Emily's body was consumed by the darkness once more, and the door closed behind her. The world collapsed around her, darkness folding into itself like the closing of a great ancient book. The walls, the floors, the shadows, They all seemed to twist and writhe, becoming indistinct shapes, as if they were trying to escape from themselves. Time, once again, was irrelevant. Emily felt herself suspended in some liminal space where nothing existed but her consciousness, and even that felt fragile, as though it could slip away with the slightest push. The last remnants of her thoughts flickered and died like a dying ember in a gust of wind. But then, just as she thought she might fade entirely into the abyss, she was jolted awake. She gasped, her body jerking as if someone had thrown a bucket of cold water over her. The world snapped into focus around her, though the details were hazy and distant. Her breath was shallow and quick, her chest tight as she blinked against the oppressive darkness. She was standing, but she didn't know how she had gotten here. Her legs trembled, but they held her up. The walls were the same, familiar yet foreign, and the air was thick with the scent of stale wood, the faint smell of mildew, and something more, something old, that sent a chill through her veins. The Rosewood Hotel. She was back. It was the eerie lobby. The flickering chandelier above her cast long shadows across the cracked, worn tile floor. The grand desk loomed before her, the same dusty guest book resting open on it. But this time, something was different. Something had shifted. She wasn't sure if it was the atmosphere in the room or the weight of the air, but there was a palpable tension, like a breath held just too long, waiting to be exhaled. Her eyes were drawn to the guest book, no, to the empty space beside it. The front desk was manned by a figure, standing still, almost invisible in the low light. The man was dressed in a suit, though it was frayed and torn, the color faded and uneven. His skin was pale, paler than anyone had the right to be, and his hair was slicked back, too neat, too perfectly composed. His face was expressionless, his eyes a pale, empty gray, void of emotion. But it was not his appearance that made her heart thud in her chest. It was the silence around him, as if he was a part of the world that no longer existed, a ghost in the space between what had been and what was yet to come. The clerk didn't speak, but he didn't have to. His presence, the way he stood, perfectly still, watching her, made her feel that no words were necessary. His eyes followed her every movement, his gaze heavy and fixed, as if waiting for her to make a choice. A choice. Her hand trembled as it reached toward the guest book. The ink on the pages seemed to shimmer, dark and malevolent, the names written in a precise, almost ritualistic manner. Names from the past, names of the other guests who had stayed here, guests who had never checked out, guests who were bound to this place, locked within it for eternity, their spirits forever part of the hotel's fabric. But it was her name. Her name was there too, written in the same dark ink, joining the rest of the names. Emily Clarkson. You belong here. The voice whispered in her mind again. You've always belonged here. She reached for the book, but her fingers hesitated just above the page. She could feel the weight of the choice pressing against her chest. She wanted to run. She had to run. But she had seen this before, hadn't she? This wasn't new. The lobby, the desk, the book. She had been here so many times, hadn't she? The same hotel. The same nightmare. She knew how it ended. She knew the cycle. It was endless. And yet this time felt different. She felt different. The clerk stepped forward, slow and deliberate, his movements unnatural, as though he had not walked in ages. His presence filled the room, squeezing the air from her lungs until she could barely breathe. He was standing before her now, the guest book between them, his pale eyes fixed on hers with an unblinking, unyielding stare. It's time, he said in a voice that was both distant and near, cold and ancient, as though he had been waiting for her all along. Time to finish the story, Emily. Time to make your choice. His words hung in the air like smoke, swirling around her, suffocating her. But in the silence, something else emerged. A sudden clarity. A realization. The clock. She hadn't noticed it at first, but now it was impossible to ignore. It stood on the far wall, its brass face gleaming faintly in the flickering light. The hands were still, frozen at 3:17, just as they had been when she first arrived. The hands hadn't moved, hadn't budged, but the room, the hotel, had. The realization struck her like a thunderclap. She had been waiting. She had been stuck in this moment, in this place, unable to move forward, unable to escape. The clock wasn't just a clock. It was the key to the curse, to the endless cycle that had bound her to the hotel. Time was fractured here, splintered, held in place by the force of the hotel's will. And that force had been feeding on her, feeding on everyone who had stayed, making them part of the story, part of the pattern. The pattern could not be broken, but she had a choice. She could sign the book. She could join the others, becoming a part of the hotel's twisted history, doomed to wander its halls for eternity. Or she could leave. She could leave. The clerk's eyes never left her. He seemed to be waiting for her decision, as though this moment had been inevitable. Emily's heart pounded in her chest. She could feel the weight of the decision, the weight of the past, the future, the curse of the hotel closing in around her. She had walked this path before, but now it felt different. She knew she had the power to break free, to leave this cycle behind her, to stop being a guest at the Rosewood Hotel. Her breath caught in her throat, her eyes searching the clerk's pale face for some sign of what to do, some indication that she could leave, that she could break free. But there was nothing. The clerk's face was a mask, empty, expressionless. And then she knew. She turned away from the guest book and toward the door. As she crossed the threshold, a strange sense of calm washed over her. The shadows that had clung to her, the weight of the hotel's curse seemed to lift, if only slightly, as she moved forward. The air was cooler now, fresher, as if she had passed through some invisible barrier. Her steps were steady, her heart calm, and when she reached the door, she pulled it open, and she stepped into the world beyond. Outside, the sun was rising. The Rosewood Hotel stood behind her, its dark silhouette now distant, far off in the horizon. The heavy weight of its presence seemed to dissipate with each step she took away from it. She was free. She had left. The door had finally closed behind her, but there was one thing left to do, and she knew that someday, somehow, the cycle would begin again. The hotel had claimed its guests, and it would claim more. But Emily had broken free. For now. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 2. Harvey hadn't noticed how still it had gotten until the silence became oppressive. His apartment, usually filled with the hum of traffic, the occasional creak of the old floorboards, or the soft hiss of the radiator, was eerily quiet. There was no distant laughter from the neighbors, no footsteps overhead, no murmurs from the world beyond his thin walls. It was as if the world had simply stopped. At first, he chalked it up to being tired. It had been a long day at the garage, and the flickering light above his kitchen table cast a dim, golden glow that made everything feel softer, almost surreal. But the stillness lingered, seeping into every corner of his mind. And then, just as he was about to pull himself from the chair and shake it off, the sound of a single footstep echoed from the hall. Tap. It was quiet. So quiet it could have been a trick of the wind, a creak from the building's bones. Yet Harvey's heart skipped in his chest. He hadn't heard anyone enter the building, nor had he seen anyone since he returned home hours ago. He rose from the chair, the floorboards, groaning under his weight as he padded barefoot toward the hallway. The apartment was dimly lit, shadows clinging to the corners like something hidden, watching. The hallway stretched out before him, a narrow passage leading toward the entrance to his unit, and at the far end, the faint outline of his front door. The air smelled stale, like dust and forgotten time, but there was something else, something faint, a sweet, sickly odor he couldn't place, like rotten fruit, maybe. Harvey's fingers hovered near the doorknob, hesitation gripping his chest. But before he could push it open, the sound came again. Tap, tap, not a step, but two, closer now. The apartment was still, but the silence had teeth. Harvey's heart pounded in his chest, its beat muffled by the overwhelming silence surrounding him. His fingers trembled as they clutched the doorframe, not daring to open the door yet. The air around him felt thicker than it should be, as though something was pressing down, weighing him down with every breath he took. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch, reaching farther than they should have, flickering and undulating as if alive. He stood there for a long moment, listening, straining to hear any sound other than the deafening quiet. It felt like hours had passed, though the clock on the wall had only moved a few minutes. But nothing came after that second tap. The hallway remained empty, shrouded in darkness, with no sign of movement. It was then that Harvey noticed it. The faintest chill had crept into the air, an unnatural cold that wrapped itself around his skin. It wasn't the kind of cold that came from an open window or a draft. It was a different kind of cold, a kind that didn't belong. Tap, tap. The sound came again, but this time it was different, closer, louder. It was no longer just the sound of footsteps. It was as though someone, or something, was deliberately making its presence known. Harvey took a deep breath, his stomach twisting with anxiety. He forced himself to move, to break the paralysis that had gripped him. His feet carried him across the room, his hand shaking as it reached for the handle of the door. He wrenched it open, the hinges protesting with a low creak. The hallway outside his apartment was empty, just as it had been moments before. But there was something strange about it now, something Harvey couldn't quite put into words. The light from his apartment spilled into the hallway, casting long shadows along the walls, yet in the distance, at the far end, the shadows seemed to bend in ways that weren't natural. They stretched unnaturally, like fingers grasping toward him. He stepped cautiously into the hallway, the soles of his feet sinking into the carpet, muffling his footsteps. The air smelled stale, but there was that rotten scent again, faint but undeniable. Harvey's breath caught in his throat as he scanned the hallway, his eyes searching the dim light for any sign of movement. There was nothing, just the empty stretch of walls and closed doors. Another tap echoed from the direction of the stairs. Harvey froze. It wasn't a footstep. No, this sound was different, more deliberate, almost as if someone was tapping on something, not walking. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end. He took a step forward, the fear gnawing at the pit of his stomach. His eyes darted around, scanning for any sign of life, any explanation for the disturbance. But everything remained still, unnervingly still. The building was old, and the sound could easily be explained away by the creaking of the structure. Harvey tried to reassure himself, but the gnawing sensation in his chest grew stronger. He was no longer sure if he was rationalizing the fear away, or if something truly was wrong. He took another step down the hallway, his gaze fixed on the shadows ahead. The sound came again, a slow, rhythmic tapping, like a distant knocking on a door. But there was no door, only empty walls. Harvey's pulse quickened as his mind raced. The tapping wasn't getting closer, but it wasn't fading either. It hung in the air, lingering, as if it were calling to him. A sudden breeze stirred the hair on the back of his neck. Harvey turned quickly, expecting to see the source of the disturbance, perhaps a window left open somewhere, but the air felt, still, unnervingly so. He glanced down the hall again, but now something had changed. The shadows were darker, more pronounced. The hallway seemed to stretch farther than it had before. It was as though it had grown. He couldn't tell whether the shadows were simply playing tricks on his eyes, but every inch of the corridor now felt like it had a life of its own. Harvey was aware of every detail, the way the light flickered, the subtle hum of the building's old wiring, and the distant, unsettling sound of something else breathing softly in the background. Tap, tap. The rhythm continued, growing in intensity, though it still sounded as though it was coming from the farthest reaches of the hallway. A chill spread down Harvey's spine. An instinct told him to turn back, to retreat to the safety of his apartment. But a strange curiosity, a fear-driven curiosity, kept him moving forward. He couldn't help it. His feet carried him down the hallway, one step at a time, against the logic of his own mind. The tapping stopped suddenly. Complete silence again. But the silence felt wrong, heavy and oppressive, as though something was holding its breath. The shadows stretched even farther, filling the hallway, bending and writhing as if alive. And then, from the farthest corner of the hallway, something stirred. Harvey froze. He couldn't see it clearly, but the shape was there. Something moving, something that shouldn't be. It was a dark figure, its edges blurry, indistinct. A silhouette, maybe, but the shadows were too thick, and it was too far for him to make out any details. Still, he could feel it. He could feel its presence, an undeniable weight in the air, like it was watching him, waiting. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled as the figure seemed to grow, elongating with every second that passed. Its presence became more distinct, but the more Harvey tried to focus on it, the more it seemed to blur, shifting, undulating like smoke. The sensation was impossible to ignore, like it was drawing closer with every blink. It was the kind of fear that made his heart race, his chest tighten, his breath catch in his throat. He couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it was, it knew him. Tap. It was a single knock, coming from the door at the far end of the hallway. The sound was impossibly clear, almost mocking. The air grew colder still, and the light above flickered. Harvey's mind scrambled to find an explanation, a draft, an old building settling, but no. Something was wrong. Something had changed. The reality around him felt fragile, like it might shatter at any moment. Suddenly, from the depths of the hallway, the shadows shifted once more, and Harvey saw the figure clearly, if only for a moment. It wasn't just a shadow. It was something else. A shape, tall, thin, and as dark as pitch. It had no eyes, no face, just a presence that overwhelmed everything else around it. Its form rippled like black smoke, and the closer it seemed to get, the more Harvey felt his breath catch in his throat. The figure didn't move fast, but it was getting closer. With each second, it stretched forward, seemingly in defiance of all physical laws. Harvey's legs froze in place, his body paralyzed with fear. His heartbeat was deafening in his ears. The tapping continued, but now it was accompanied by a soft whisper, barely audible, as though the figure was speaking to him. He couldn't make out the words. But the tone was unmistakable. It was calling him. The whisper grew louder, more distinct, and then, in a flash of movement, it stopped. The figure vanished. The hallway was still. Harvey stood there for a moment, breathless, his mind spinning. It was as if the shadows had swallowed the figure whole. There was no trace of it left. The hallway returned to its normal, empty state, though Harvey knew he hadn't imagined it. He could feel it in the pit of his stomach, that horrible weight, of something wrong. The silence seemed thicker now, suffocating him in its grip. His heartbeat still hammered in his chest, but everything around him was still, unnaturally so. But then, just as he was about to retreat back to his apartment, the door at the far end of the hallway creaked open. The tap of footsteps resumed. Closer this time, louder, and this time, Harvey could feel them. It's coming for you. Harvey's pulse thudded in his ears as the door at the far end of the hallway creaked open with a groan that seemed far too loud for the silence. The sound echoed in his chest like a drumbeat, vibrating his very bones. The last few moments, those fragments of fleeting dread, suddenly solidified into something undeniable. His instinct screamed at him to turn and flee back into his apartment, to slam the door shut and lock himself away from whatever it was that had been silently watching him from the depths of the hallway. But his feet, heavy, sluggish, and unwilling to obey, remained rooted in place, as though a force greater than his own will held him there. The door that had opened stood wide now, its frame inviting him into the shadowed unknown. Beyond it, a darkness so thick it seemed to consume the light from the corridor spread into the room. It was an odd darkness, one that seemed alive, writhing like a living, breathing thing. There were no windows in that room, no sense of time or space, just blackness. And then came the footsteps, soft, deliberate, slow, tap, tap, tap. Each step fell like a heavy stone into a pool of stagnant water, rippling out into the air with an unnatural weight. Harvey could feel them, those steps, not just hearing them, but feeling them in his bones. The air thickened with each successive tap, becoming heavier, suffocating. The chill had grown unbearable, gnawing at his skin and crawling its way under his flesh. He should have turned. He should have run back into his apartment, shut the door, and pretended none of this was happening. But something kept him there, frozen in place. His mind screamed at him to move, but his body refused to listen. The fear was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It wasn't just terror. It was as though the very fabric of reality was fraying, and he was standing on the edge of something unspeakable. The footsteps reached the doorway. There was a pause. A moment of unnatural stillness. And then, with a soft swish, a shadow appeared in the doorframe. It was tall, too tall, and it seemed to stretch, as though it didn't belong in the dimensions of the hallway. The darkness spilled out from the doorway like a liquid coating the floor, the walls, as though it were consuming everything in its path. And within that darkness stood the figure, its shape unclear, more shadow than substance. Yet it was as if it loomed over him, towering, watching. The whispers began again, faint and guttural at first, like the rustling of dry leaves in the wind. But then they grew louder, more distinct, and as they did, the temperature in the hallway plummeted. Harvey's breath came out in visible puffs of frost, though there was no reason for the cold to be so intense. He shuddered involuntarily, the skin on his arms prickling with goosebumps. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. And then the figure spoke. Its voice wasn't like any voice Harvey had ever heard. It wasn't human. It was a rasping, broken thing, like 1,000 voices speaking at once, each one overlapping the other, forming a single, unified sound that pierced into his mind. You should not have come. The words were both a warning and an accusation. Harvey's throat tightened, and the air around him seemed to contract, like the world was closing in on him. He felt as though he were drowning in it, gasping for breath that refused to come. The figure took a step forward, and the world shifted. The hallway twisted, the walls warping in unnatural angles, and the very space itself seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting like a living organism. It wasn't just the physical world that was changing. It was his perception, his sense of time, his very understanding of reality, twisting into something foreign, something monstrous. Harvey's heart slammed in his chest, the beat erratic, panicked. He tried to move, tried to retreat, but his legs felt like lead, his body frozen in place. He had no choice but to stand there, trapped by the thing in front of him, helpless to escape the suffocating grip of terror. And then the door slammed shut. The noise reverberated through the hall, shaking the walls and rattling the floorboards beneath his feet. The pressure in the air intensified, almost physically crushing him. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, and then, just as suddenly as it had started, the darkness withdrew. Harvey was left standing there, alone, staring at the empty hallway before him. The door at the far end was shut tight, but there was no sign of the figure. The air was still. The unsettling quiet had returned, but it wasn't the same silence as before. It was deeper, heavier, filled with an unspoken menace. The space around him seemed distorted, wrong. The shadows stretched unnaturally long, the corners of his vision flickering with brief flashes of movement. The warmth of his apartment felt so distant now, a mere memory. He was no longer sure if he had imagined it all. Had the figure really been there? Had the shadows really shifted? Or was it just the product of his mind playing tricks on him, worn thin by the isolation, the quiet, the fear? Tap. The sound cut, through the stillness, sharp and clear, coming from behind him. He spun around so quickly that his foot caught on the edge of the carpet, and he stumbled, barely catching himself against the wall. His eyes darted frantically over his apartment, searching for the source of the sound, but nothing moved. The room was as still as it had been when he left it, unchanged, undisturbed, except for the smell. That rotten, sickly odor lingered in the air, faint but undeniable. He couldn't place it. It was like something that had decayed long ago, the remnants of something forgotten. Tap. Closer this time. Harvey's breath caught in his throat. The sound wasn't coming from the hallway. No, it was coming from somewhere else. Somewhere inside the apartment. His pulse quickened again, the familiar dread flooding his veins. He moved swiftly to the living room, his mind racing as he searched the space. But everything was just as he had left it. No one was there. Tap, tap. The sound came again, this time right behind him. Harvey whirled around. The air was colder now, and as he turned, his gaze was drawn to the kitchen. Something moved in the corner of his eye, just a flash of motion, barely perceptible. But it was there. Something was there. He couldn't make out the shape at first, but as he stepped closer, his eyes narrowed, focusing on the shadow in the kitchen. There, in the dim light, something shifted. The figure from the hallway. But it was different now. It was not standing in the doorway. It was sitting, hunched, in the far corner of the room, just out of sight. Harvey took a step back, his breath quickening. He could feel the panic rising in his throat, but he couldn't scream. His voice wouldn't work, as though it had been stolen from him. Then, with a sudden, jerky movement, the shadow shifted, its form warping as if it were made of smoke. It tilted its head at him, and he saw the glint of something sharp in the midday darkness. A smile, though no face was visible. "You have been marked." The voice was the same, but it sounded closer now, as though it were right next to him, in his ear. Harvey staggered backward, his legs weak, his mind spiraling into a dizzying panic. The figure shifted again, and Harvey caught the faintest outline of its form as it began to move toward him, its limbs stretching unnaturally long, reaching with disturbing speed. In that moment, Harvey knew with absolute certainty that this was not a dream. This was not his mind playing tricks. This was something far worse, a living nightmare made flesh. And it was coming for him. Harvey's mind reeled. Every logical thought he had ever clung to, every scrap of reason, every shred of understanding about the world around him, began to crumble under the weight of what he was experiencing. There was no way he could explain it. The figure in the corner, the shadow that had been haunting him since that first unsettling sound, was not merely a trick of the light or his imagination. It was real, and it was closing in on him. The room seemed to pulse with its own malevolent energy. The shadows deepened in the corners, growing darker, stretching toward him like tendrils. The walls, once familiar, now appeared to warp and twist, as if the apartment itself was bending, distorting. The air was thick, suffocating with a foul, cloying scent that filled his nostrils, making his stomach churn. It was the same rotten odor from earlier, the one that seemed to follow him wherever he went, like a lingering aftertaste of decay. He could feel the weight of something pressing against him, squeezing the air out of his lungs, and his body screamed for him to run. But he couldn't move. His feet felt as though they were glued to the floor, his legs trembling with a deep, bone-rattling fear that had no words. His entire body screamed in terror, yet he was paralyzed, caught in the gaze of whatever that thing in the corner was. The eye shadow. It was not still. No, it shifted. The edges of its form flickered, like flames in a wind, constantly changing, constantly moving, though the thing itself seemed to defy the very laws of physics. It was not truly a thing made of flesh and bone. It was a thing made of fear, of the darkness that slumbered just beneath the surface of reality. It was something older, something primal, with motives that made no sense to a rational mind. And then, the whispering started again. This time, the sound was more than just words. It was a vibration, a hum in the air that reverberated through his bones like a low-frequency buzz that rattled him from the inside out. The whisper was not just a voice, it was every voice. It was everyone's voice. But not in the way he would have expected. It wasn't a cacophony, nor was it a clear string of words. It was a sensation, a feeling that took shape in his mind. It was calling to him. No, not calling, demanding. Harvey, you should not have. Come here. You cannot escape. You cannot run. The words, though they came from no mouth, echoed through his head. They were not in his ears. They were in his skull, rattling through his thoughts like an insidious wave of madness, making him question the very fabric of his existence. He felt it more than he heard it, an overwhelming pressure that seemed to surround him, crush him from all sides until it was all he could think about. You should not have come here, the words repeated, but now they took on a different tone. A dark, soothing, almost comforting tone. It was the voice of something that understood him, understood the fear gnawing at him, the panic twisting his gut. He tried to move, to push himself away from the corner where the figure lurked, but it was as if the air itself was thickening, holding him in place. He was trapped in his own mind, locked in this tiny space, surrounded by an unseen force that was closing in on him, drawing nearer with each passing second. He finally willed his legs to move one shaky step forward, and then another. The floor beneath him felt unsteady, like the very ground was shifting, making it difficult for him to stay balanced. He had to get out of there. He had to leave. But as he moved, the whispers grew louder. They crawled into his thoughts, pushing past every attempt to reason, every attempt to shut them out. They whispered his name, over and over. Harvey, come closer. You cannot hide. You will never escape. Not now. Not ever. The temperature in the room dropped drastically. It wasn't just the cold, it was freezing. His breath came out in clouds of mist, thick and white in the air. His hands, trembling, reached out for the doorknob, but the metal was freezing to the touch, slick with a layer of frost that hadn't been there a moment before. The entire room seemed to be freezing, from the inside out, as if the cold was creeping into the very bones of the apartment. He spun around, desperate to escape, to find a way out of this nightmare. But the hallway, the door, everything seemed to melt away. It was as if the very space was folding in on itself. A soft click echoed from somewhere behind him. Harvey turned. His head. And there, in the kitchen doorway, the figure stood. It had changed. It was more distinct now, its form clearer, its outline sharper. But there was no clarity to its shape, no definition. It was still made of shadow, of darkness. But now there was a presence to it, an oppressive weight that filled the room. It was bigger, taller. It stretched impossibly long, like it was reaching for the edges of his vision, pulling the space apart. But it wasn't just the figure that had changed. It was the room. The walls no longer looked like walls. They looked like flesh. The corners of the room twisted and pulsed, as though the very apartment was alive, breathing, aware of his presence. The air was thick with the scent of rot, the sour, decayed smell of something that had been left too long to fester. The whispers grew into a low, rumbling chant, a chorus of voices overlapping in a way that made his ears ring. The sound was deafening. The shadows crept toward him, slithering along the walls like liquid. But they did not belong. They should not have moved like that. Harvey's throat tightened. He gasped for air, but it wasn't coming. The weight of the entity's presence pressed against him, constricting his chest, suffocating him. No. No. Harvey's voice cracked as he spoke, the words escaping in broken gasps. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. He had to get out, but he had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and that's when he saw it. The thing in the doorway shifted again, its form undulating. Like smoke, but this time it revealed a face. Not a face of flesh, no, but a face carved from the darkness itself. Two dark pits where eyes should be, and a mouth that hung open, gaping wide with a twisted grin, too wide for any human being to have. It wasn't a face of a person. It was a thing of hunger, a thing that devoured all that it touched. And it was looking directly at him, its empty gaze drawing him in, pulling him deeper into the abyss of its presence. The figure opened its mouth. The air felt as though it was ripping apart. The whispers rose to a crescendo, each word sharp as a knife. The temperature plummeted further, to the point where Harvey's skin began to burn with the cold. He could no longer feel his fingers. His entire body felt like it was encased in ice. "You are mine," the figure whispered, its voice an overwhelming presence in his mind. It spoke not with its mouth, but with the thoughts of his own mind. It was as though it had gotten inside his very consciousness, twisting his thoughts, turning them against him. Harvey's knees buckled. He collapsed to the floor, his hands clutching at the carpet, his body shivering uncontrollably. He could no longer hold his gaze on the thing, his eyes flicking from it to the walls, to the floor in a panicked frenzy. He had to get away. He had to escape this place, but there was no escape. The door was sealed. The walls were closing in. The apartment was not real anymore. It was a prison, a cage, a tomb. And this thing that was not of this world, was the warden. "You belong here now," it hissed. "There is no leaving. There is only surrender." Harvey's throat burned as he tried to scream, but no sound came. His lungs ached for air, but it felt as though all the oxygen had been sucked from the room, replaced by the stifling weight of the entity's presence. He had nothing left but his fear, his terror, his desperation, but that, it seemed, was all it wanted. The room spun, the figure's grin stretched impossibly wider, and then silence. Harvey awoke on the floor, not knowing for how long he had been unconscious. His chest heaved with frantic breaths, his lungs desperate for air. His body ached, as though he had been dragged through some vast, unfeeling distance, tossed into a pit where all things familiar had evaporated into nothingness. But there was no relief. The weight of the darkness was still on him, pressing down from every direction. It had never truly left, and now it was closer. He forced himself to sit, up, the dizziness from whatever had overtaken him earlier making the world spin and tilt unnaturally. His fingers scraped against the carpet as he tried to steady himself, but even that felt foreign. His skin was clammy, his hands slick with cold sweat. He wiped his forehead, and for a brief moment, he thought he might be dreaming. But the pain in his head, the sharp ache in his chest, the icy chill in the room, they were all too real. The apartment, once so familiar, was now alien to him. The walls no longer held their comforting contours. They seemed to bend and warp with each blink of his eyes, flickering like an old, faulty television. Shadows pooled in every corner, blacker than night itself, and in the dimness of the room, he could hear faint, rhythmic tapping. The tap of the thing that had been stalking him. It was here. It was always here. A low growl vibrated through the floor beneath him, and Harvey's heart lurched. The sound didn't come from anywhere specific. It was everywhere, as though the very space around him was alive and responding to the presence of something greater than himself. His body trembled with the realization that the entity was no longer a thing lurking in the shadows. It had become the room. It had seeped into every fiber of this place, wrapping itself around his consciousness until there was no difference between the thing and his surroundings. The temperature had dropped further, and Harvey's breath came, out in visible clouds of frozen air swirling like smoke. It wasn't cold, it was dead, an unnatural kind of cold that numbed him from the inside, stealing his thoughts as it iced over his mind. Every inch of his skin felt it. He could almost see it, the cold creeping up his limbs, freezing the very marrow of his bones. But there was more than just the cold. The smell, the stench of decay, was so thick now it made his stomach churn. It was almost as though the room itself was rotting, as if something was festering within the walls, waiting for the right moment to burst forth. He gagged, his hands shaking as he pushed himself up from the floor. He had to move. He had to do something. The apartment, his apartment, had become a prison, and the door that had once seemed like an escape now stood like a taunting reminder of how far away freedom was. But he couldn't just sit here, waiting for it to come for him. He had to try. He had to find a way out. Harvey staggered toward the door, but as he reached for the handle, the tap came again. It was closer this time, sharper, more insistent, as though the thing was beckoning him, urging him to turn around. He knew it was behind him. He could feel its presence creeping over him like a fog, crawling up the back of his neck, curling into the corners of his eyes, pulling at his thoughts. He had to resist. He had to open the door. But the more he reached for the handle, the less he felt in control. With a final desperate movement, Harvey flung open the door. The hallway outside was dark, but not the kind of darkness that was born of night. This was something thicker, heavier, a darkness that seemed to absorb the very light around it, twisting the space into an unnatural, disjointed labyrinth. The shadows seemed to crawl along the walls like hungry, writhing creatures, their shapes undulating in the flickering, stuttering glow of the apartment lights. Harvey stepped out into the hallway, his legs weak beneath him, and as he did, the air seemed to grow heavier, denser. The silence in the hallway was deafening, yet there was no peace in it, no relief. Just a terrible stillness that pressed in from every side, suffocating him with its emptiness. He took a few hesitant steps forward. The sound of his shoes against the floor was muted, almost swallowed by the thickening air. His mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. He needed to get out. He needed to leave. But there was no way out. Not really, he could feel it. The thing was still with him, lurking just behind his thoughts, growing stronger, closer, its whispers thickening in his skull. His head swam with the voices. Their words were unintelligible now, a cacophony of garbled syllables and fragments, of sentences, each one pushing deeper into his psyche, twisting his mind. And then the tapping started again. It was closer now and louder, so loud it shook the very walls, the very foundation beneath his feet. Harvey spun around, but there was nothing. Only the shadows, stretching impossibly long and dark. Nothing to see, nothing to hold on to. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly in front of him, and as his gaze traveled down its length, the walls, once so ordinary, twisted in unnatural angles. The paint peeled off in jagged strips, exposing bare drywall that seemed to bleed with some dark, sticky substance. The floor was warped, buckling under some unseen weight, as though the very structure of the building was being eaten away by time and decay. And then the tapping returned. But it wasn't just tapping. It was footsteps, heavy footsteps, slow, deliberate, relentless. Each step echoed through the hallway, reverberating off the walls, rattling the floor beneath him. They grew louder with each passing second, like a drumbeat pounding in his chest. His heart raced in time with the rhythm, each thud of his pulse reverberating through his limbs. He had to move, he had to run, but his legs refused to cooperate. His feet felt like they were glued to the floor. Every instinct in him screamed to flee, but his body betrayed him, rooted in place, trembling with fear. The footsteps grew closer, and then they stopped. A sickening stillness descended upon the hallway. The air grew heavier, denser. Harvey could feel it closing in on him, suffocating him from all sides. He wanted to scream, he wanted to shout, to break free from this nightmare. But no sound came. His throat was tight, constricted, as though someone was choking the air out of him. The shadows deepened, the whispers grew louder, filling his ears, crowding his thoughts. The walls seemed to close in on him, bending inward as though the building itself were folding around him, compressing the very space in which he stood. And then, from the darkness ahead, came the voice. It was no longer a whisper. It was a command. Come to me, Harvey. The words struck him like a physical blow, knocking the breath from his lungs. He could feel them in his chest, rattling in his ribs, filling his skull. He stumbled backward, his eyes wide, searching the shadows ahead. But there was nothing there, nothing visible, just a presence, a force that filled the hallway, that flooded it, making the very air thick and suffocating. Come to me, now. The voice was closer this time, a low rasp that slithered inside his head like worms wriggling under his skin. It was no longer a command, it was an order. He could not resist. His body moved before his mind could catch up, as though it were being pulled by invisible strings. He walked down the hallway, each step feeling as though it took him further into a void, a place where there was no escape, no return. The tapping started again, closer, louder. Every step echoed through his skull, rattling his bones, and yet he could not stop. The apartment had stopped being a home. The hallway had stopped being a place of refuge. It was a trap, a snare, and Harvey was walking straight into it. Harvey's legs shook with every step, the weight of something indescribable pushing him forward, pulling him toward the dark heart of the apartment that had once been his sanctuary. The hallway stretched endlessly before him, its walls pulling, in like the jaws of some vast, unknowable beast, closing in, tightening, until there was no space left to breathe, no room to think. The darkness around him seemed to press closer, its edges bending like liquid, curling like fingers reaching out to claim him. The air was no longer just cold. It was heavy. Each breath he took was thick with it, suffocating him, each inhale burning his lungs like smoke, each exhale scraping against the inside of his throat like glass. The whispers were louder now, so loud they were inside his head, swirling and scraping against the walls of his skull. They had become his only reality, the only sound that made any sense in this twisted place. His heart thundered in his chest, pounding with the urgency of something that was coming for him. It was relentless. It was hungry. Come closer. Come. To me, the voice, if it could even be called that, rumbled in his mind, deep and throaty like the growl of some ancient slumbering beast that had just woken to feast. It had no clear shape, no form. It was simply there. It surrounded him, flowed through him, and with each word he felt himself being pulled deeper into its thrall, helpless to stop it. Harvey's feet moved of their own accord, the pace slow and deliberate, as though each step took him farther away from his will, farther from his humanity. He could feel the presence now. It was close. So close it was inside him, inside his thoughts, inside his skin, curling through his veins, making his heart race faster, louder. There was no escape. He couldn't stop himself. He couldn't stop walking, couldn't tear his legs from the floor as the dark force behind him pushed him on, dragging him deeper into the void. You belong to me now. The voice seemed to reverberate from the very walls around him, as if the apartment itself had come alive, breathing in sync with his pulse, feeding off his fear. The light from the overhead bulbs flickered, then died completely, leaving him in total darkness, the kind of darkness that wasn't simply the absence of light, but the presence of something far worse, a weight, a pressure, like a great, unseen mass pressing down from all sides. He could no longer see anything, only hear the tapping, the scraping. The sound of something crawling behind him, its claws scraping against the floor, leaving a trail of icy dread in its wake. Harvey's body screamed at him to look, to turn, to see what was following him. But he refused. If he turned, if he looked, it would be the end. He knew it. He could feel it in his bones. Every step he took seemed to take him farther from his own mind, farther from the man he had been just days ago, when everything had seemed so normal, so safe. He had been so naive to think that things like this didn't exist, that nightmares could be banished by the light of day. He had been foolish. And now, he was walking directly into the maw of something older than time itself. The apartment was gone. The world was gone. There was no more Harvey. Only it. Only the thing that had come to claim him, to pull him into its endless, eternal hunger. And then, he reached the end of the hallway. It wasn't a door he had come to, not a window or an escape. No, it was nothing. There was no end. The hallway had twisted in on itself, bending reality in ways that made no sense. It was like a knot in space and time, a place that shouldn't be, but was, and it was waiting. The walls no longer even looked like walls. They were something else, soft, slick, undulating like the inside of a mouth. And as he stepped forward, he felt it, the coldness of it, the chill that sank deep into his bones. He could feel the presence there, wrapping itself around him like a shroud, and then, just when he thought he might lose all sense of himself, the voice came again. But this time, it was different. It wasn't just the whisper anymore. It wasn't the demand. It was a laugh, a low, guttural, wet laugh that sent a shiver down his spine and curled his stomach into knots. It sounded ancient, familiar, as if it had known him long before he had ever stepped into this apartment. You thought you could escape me, Harvey. Harvey's throat constricted as he gasped for air, but no breath seemed to fill his lungs. The air around him was thick, like a fog, a dense, oppressive fog that filled his mouth and nose, smothering him with its suffocating embrace. He could feel it in his chest, in his heart, as if whatever it was had dug into his very being, rooted itself into the core of who he was. "You were always mine, Harvey," the voice continued, now more clearly forming into words. But the words felt wrong. They didn't belong to any human language. They didn't belong in his mind. They were pulling him apart. "You've been in my grasp from the beginning. Your grief, your guilt." They opened the door. They invited me in. Harvey's knees buckled beneath him as the weight of the revelation crushed him. The entity, the thing that had haunted him for days, was not some external force. It was not some monster that had wandered into his life by accident. No, it was his. It had always been there, in the dark corners of his mind, feeding off his fear, his loneliness, his regret. The guilt that had gnawed at him for years had been the key. It had called out to this thing, inviting it into his soul. "You knew this was coming," the voice whispered, its tone turning almost affectionate, as if it were speaking to a child. "You've been walking toward me your whole life, Harvey. You just never realized it." Harvey shook his head, his body shaking with the force of his sobs, but his mind was too far gone to make sense of anything anymore. He had never believed in this, in whatever this was. He had never believed in ghosts or demons or curses. But now he knew. He had been wrong, so wrong. This thing had always been there. "I didn't choose this," he gasped. His voice barely a whisper. The voice, its tones warm and motherly, mocked him. "You didn't have to choose, Harvey. You never did. You were mine from the moment you let the darkness inside. The moment you couldn't let go of her, of the past. The past, the pain. It all came rushing back. The death, the car accident, the blood, the screams." Harvey's hands flew to his head, clutching at his temples as the images assaulted him. The pain, the guilt, the overwhelming knowledge that it had all been his fault, that he had been the one to let it happen. His wife, his son, gone, all because of him. And this thing, the thing that was now filling his mind, filling his soul, was born of that guilt. It had lived in him, fed on him, long before he even knew it existed. It had been in his thoughts, his nightmares. It had been calling to him all this time. And now, at the very edge of his sanity, it had found him. The walls around him quivered, stretching, reshaping, growing darker, and a horrible realization slammed into him. He wasn't in the hallway anymore. He wasn't in the apartment. He was inside it, inside the thing. It had consumed the space. It had consumed him. The voice laughed again. The shadows reached for him, pulling him into their endless abyss. "It's too late, Harvey." The darkness folded in on itself. There was no escape. There never had been. Harvey's mind was a blur, a fog of confusion and terror that clung to him like a suffocating blanket. There was no escape, no solace. The darkness had claimed everything, every memory, every thought, and he was sinking deeper into its all-consuming, more, unable to resist. The coldness had begun to wrap itself around his mind, a shiver creeping through his consciousness, numbing his very soul. He no longer knew what was real and what was a lie. The lines between the two blurred like wet ink, spreading across paper, turning the world into a chaotic smear of shapes and shadows. The voice that had been echoing in his mind, smooth and patient, was now growing louder, sharper, a constant buzz in his ears, filling his skull with a cacophony of noise. There was no relief from it, no break from the torment. "Come closer." "Harvey!" The words were like a physical blow to the chest, a jolt of pain that made his heart skip. The voice, so familiar now, was no longer a whisper. It was a command. and there was no defying it. His body moved of its own accord, limbs stiff and unwilling, pulled forward as if by invisible strings, dragging him deeper into the darkness, deeper into the unknown. There was no light here, no escape. Only the heavy, suffocating weight of the void pressing in from all sides. With every step, his senses dulled further, the floor beneath his feet giving way to an unsettling, soft squish, like stepping into wet earth. The temperature had plummeted, so low that his teeth chattered uncontrollably, his breath coming out in misty clouds, dissipating into the abyss that surrounded him. He couldn't see a thing. He could only feel. The floor beneath him changed again, this time becoming slick, almost liquid-like, as though he were wading through something thick, something unholy, something alive. The coldness penetrated his bones, sinking into his very marrow, and with it came the smell, the rot, the decay of something long dead, forgotten by time. It clung to the air like a poison, filling his nostrils and coating his lungs with its heaviness. He couldn't move. His legs buckled and he collapsed. Onto the floor, hands scraping against the slick surface, trying to push himself up. But the shadows, the darkness, held him in place. The whispers grew louder, overwhelming him, speaking to him in tongues he couldn't understand. And then suddenly, a light flickered in the distance. It was faint at first, like the faintest glimmer of a dying star in a pitch-black sky, but it was there, unmistakable. A soft, pulsing glow that beckoned to him, a promise of something, anything, that could pull him from this nightmare. His heart, slow and heavy, began to beat faster. Was it hope? Was it a sign that he could escape? No, the voice murmured, its tone now tinged with mockery. There is no escape. There never was. Harvey's hands trembled as he pushed himself up, his legs weak, but he kept moving toward the light, drawn to it like a moth to flame. The floor beneath him seemed to shift, and with every step, the light seemed to draw further away, teasing him, leading him deeper into the void. The glow wasn't what it seemed. No, it wasn't warmth. It wasn't salvation. It was a trap, as he moved closer, the light flickered again, and then with a sudden, jarring shift, the world around him distorted. The shadows melted, and the light became an abyss, a dark, gaping maw that stretched beyond his understanding. The glow pulsed with unnatural rhythm like a heartbeat, but as he neared it, the pulse began to slow, to deteriorate, until the light was no longer something to move toward, but something to fear. "I've been waiting for you, Harvey," the voice said again, its tone shifting, growing darker, more twisted. The light vanished altogether, and Harvey was left in a void, an emptiness that swallowed every sound, every sense, every last ounce of hope. The floor beneath him was gone. There was nothing now but the endless chasm, the endless pull of darkness that seemed to tug at the very core of his being, dragging him downward into the depths. And then, just when he thought it was all over, the voice returned, clearer now. "Stronger than ever before. This is where you belong, Harvey. This is where you've always belonged." He felt it then. The pressure, the force, the weight of something ancient, something alive in the darkness. It wrapped itself around him like tendrils, icy and sharp, coiling around his throat, around his wrists, pulling him down into the abyss. The shadows writhed around him, swirling and twisting like serpents, as though they were alive and hungry. "You were never meant to leave," the voice whispered, now closer than ever, its breath hot against his ear. "You never could." Harvey tried to scream, to fight, but his body betrayed him, locked in place by the suffocating grip of whatever it was that had ensnared him. His lungs burned for air, but the darkness choked him, smothered him, suffocated him, until he couldn't breathe. His thoughts became clouded, hazy, his vision swimming as though he were drowning. The shadows closed in, filling his eyes, his ears, his very mind. His body was no longer his own. It was nothing. He was nothing. He was part of the dark, part of the thing that had claimed him. And then, in that moment, he understood. This was his punishment. This was his atonement for the mistakes he had made, for the things he had done, for the lives he had destroyed. The entity wasn't just a shadow. It wasn't just a monster or a demon that had come to claim him. It was his guilt, his regret, his sorrow. It had always been there, deep within him, festering, waiting for the right moment to consume him. It had waited until he was weak enough, until the grief had broken him into pieces, until he was no longer Harvey, just a hollow vessel, a shell to be filled with the darkness. And now, there was nothing left to do but surrender. The final pull came, and Harvey felt himself torn away, his body swallowed by the abyss, dragged into the darkness where there was no light, no hope, no end. There was only the voice and the void. Harvey's mind was a slow-moving river of confusion, a vast, uncharted sea where the waters of reality and nightmare collided and churned. He had thought that death would be the end, the final escape, the long-awaited release from the suffocating weight of grief, guilt, and the crushing, ever-present specter of loss. But death, it seemed, had its own rules, its own insidious designs. It wasn't freedom. It was just another prison. When he had fallen into the abyss, his body had crumpled, like a broken doll. His limbs no longer obeyed him. There was no sensation, no feeling at all, save for the pull, the endless pull of something darker than the void itself, deeper than any darkness he had ever imagined. He was floating, or perhaps he was falling into an endless chasm where the concept of time had no meaning, no edges, no boundaries, no light to chase, no warmth to cling to, just the endless, ever-present cold that seeped into his soul, gnawing at his very being. His thoughts, his mind, had splintered. They fluttered like half-formed images, flickers of memories, flashes of moments so distant he could hardly recognize them as his own. But one memory remained sharp, clear, unyielding against the fog that tried to swallow him. It was a single moment, a single voice, her voice. "Harvey, why did you leave me?" Her face was there, in his mind's eye. Her soft, familiar features, her eyes full of warmth, full of life. She had been his everything, his heart, his soul, his anchor, and he had let her go. He had been the one to walk away, the one to let go, and now she was gone. The thought slammed into him like a physical blow, leaving his chest tight, suffocated by an emotion so raw, so visceral, that it almost felt like it would tear him apart. Her death had been a fluke, an accident, but it was his fault. It always had been. The guilt had eaten at him from the inside, hollowing him out. It had crushed him piece by piece until there was nothing left but the hollowed-out shell of a man who couldn't forgive himself. And now, as he floated in this endless sea of darkness, it felt as though he were reliving it. He could hear her voice again, asking the question that had haunted him for years. "Why did you leave me?" His hands trembled as they reached out into the void, fingers curling and grasping, as if he could catch hold of something, anything, to make sense of this. But there was nothing. Only the weight of her words, heavy in the air, clinging to him like chains. The darkness around him was alive. He could feel it now, pressing in, crawling beneath his skin, like an insidious presence that was always watching, always waiting. It wasn't just a physical space. It was something much worse. It was a manifestation of everything he had ever feared. The grief, the guilt, the anger. It was all here, swirling around him, suffocating him. until there was no way out, no way to breathe, no way to escape. The voice, the thing that had called to him, the thing that had followed him here, was laughing. Its laugh wasn't loud or boisterous, but quiet, cold, like the sound of something scraping against the inside of his skull. It was waiting, and Harvey could feel it now. The slow realization began to gnaw at him, as though the entity were whispering its secrets into his ears, feeding him the truth that had been hidden from him for so long. It wasn't just an entity. It was the thing he had created. It was his own soul, twisted and contorted, his grief made flesh. He had summoned it. With every moment of regret, with every tear, every unanswered question, he had given it power. And now, it was here to collect. His heart sank as the weight of the revelation settled over him. He was in the darkness because he had brought it here. The guilt, the remorse, the suffering. It had built this prison around him, and now there was no escape. His own mind had turned against him, and the thing, whatever it was feeding off it. But even as the despair began to choke the breath from his chest, another voice rose within him, a quiet whisper, a tiny spark of something he had forgotten. Memory, a light. Harvey. Her voice, the warmth, the tenderness that he had abandoned. It was her, but not as she had been in the last days. No, this was the woman he had loved before all of it, before the accident, before the pain, before the mistakes. "Don't give in, Harvey," she whispered. And somehow, even in the crushing weight of the darkness, her voice was clear, cutting through the fog, breaking the suffocating grip of the entity. "Don't let it take you." He reached out, his mind grasping at her words, at the memory of her, as though he could somehow hold on to her warmth, her presence. The darkness seemed to writhe and recoil, as if it had been struck, as though the light he held inside of him, however small, was enough to push back against the suffocating weight. But it wasn't enough. Nothing was enough. The voice that had been laughing before was silent now, its power waning in the face of the memories of his wife, the love they had shared, the life they had built before it was shattered. The entity, this force that had claimed him, had never been more than a mirror reflecting everything he hated about himself, everything he wished he could undo. It wasn't just his grief it had fed on. It was his self-loathing. And now, as the darkness pulled at him once more, Harvey realized something that cut through him like a knife. He had to face it. He had to face what he had done. He had to forgive himself. But in the pit of the abyss, that was a harder thing to do than anything he had ever imagined. The shadows closed in around him again, thicker, now faster. The pull was stronger. It was inevitable. The silence was suffocating. A deep, profound silence that crushed every sound, every thought, every flicker of hope. It was as though the world had ceased to exist, leaving Harvey suspended in a void, a vast, boundless nothing that was both terrifying and oddly comforting. In the silence, he could hear nothing but his own breathing, shallow and frantic, like a man drowning in his own lungs. He was aware of the shadows. He could feel them slithering around him, thick and oppressive, creeping like ink, forming shapes that weren't quite there, but almost. His vision was hazy, his mind thick with the fog of confusion, but something was different this time. It wasn't the suffocating terror he had felt before. No, this was something far worse. It was the crushing weight of his own realization. He had spent so long running from the truth, so long denying it, avoiding it, shoving it to the back of his mind until it was nothing more than a distant echo. But now, the echo was louder than ever, reverberating through the walls of his consciousness. He had failed. It was that simple. No amount of running, No amount of distractions, no amount of numbness could undo what he had done. And in the face of the infinite darkness, he was finally forced to confront it. There was no hiding from himself now. Her face flickered in the murk, fading in and out like a dying light. His wife, the woman he had once loved with all his heart, the woman he had let slip through his fingers because he hadn't been brave enough to face the reality of what had happened. "You left me, Harvey." Her voice was faint, like a whisper in the distance, but it struck him like a punch to the gut. His stomach clenched, and he swallowed hard, trying to breathe, but the air was thick and heavy, refusing to enter his lungs. "You couldn't even save me." Her words were cutting, sharp like glass. They sliced through the layers of his psyche, tearing open the wounds he had long since buried. The guilt he had carried for years, the guilt that had almost broken him, surged back with such intensity that he could barely stand it. He could feel his knees giving way, the pressure of the abyss pulling him deeper into the darkness. But he couldn't stop. He had to listen. He had to hear her. He had to face what he had done. He wasn't strong enough to save her. That thought seared through him like a brand. His throat tightened and he closed his eyes, fighting the tears that threatened to break free. Why? Why had he abandoned her? Why hadn't he done more? He had stood there, helpless, watching as she slipped away, knowing full well that there was nothing he could do to stop it. "I trusted you, Harvey, you." The word stung, her trust. He had broken it, he had failed her. It had been an accident. That's what he told himself. That's what he had told everyone else. But deep down he knew the truth. He had been too scared to face the reality of what was happening. Too scared to accept that the world was changing, that life was fragile and fleeting. Too scared to love her the way she deserved. Now, there was nothing left but this endless abyss. Nothing but the suffocating grip of his own regrets. And yet, even in the thickest of shadows, there was still a flicker of light. A faint glimmer, almost imperceptible, like the last spark of a dying fire. He reached for it, even as the darkness closed in, even as the guilt threatened to drown him. His fingers trembled as they brushed against the warmth. It was her. The light was her. Her essence. Her love. Harvey. Her voice. So close now. So real. He reached out, pulling himself toward it, even as the shadows tried to pull him back, even as the weight of his own failure threatened to crush him. He wasn't sure how long he had been here, how long he had been lost in this endless blackness, searching for something, anything to save him. But now, he could feel her. He could feel her presence, like a hand reaching for him in the dark. "Harvey," she whispered again, her voice breaking through the heavy silence, soft and steady. "You can't keep running from this. You've been running from me, running from yourself for so long. It's time to face it." He knew what she meant. He knew that this was the moment he had been avoiding for so long. He could feel her there, her spirit, her warmth, wrapped around him like a comforting embrace. But the guilt still lingered, that heavy, suffocating feeling of having failed her, of not being enough. "I couldn't save you," he murmured, his voice barely more than a hoarse whisper. "I wasn't strong enough." There was a pause. Then, softly, she replied, "You were enough. You just need to forgive yourself." Her words hung in the air like a prayer, and for the first time, Harvey felt a shift deep within him. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Forgive himself. That was the key. He had spent so long blaming himself for what had happened, for her death, for the way he had let her slip through his fingers, even though he had promised to protect her. But now, in this place, in this darkness, he understood. He had to let go. The shadows around him seemed to recoil, retreating as the light of her voice grew brighter. The weight of his guilt lifted, if only for a moment. The pressure that had been building in his chest, crushing his lungs, seemed to ease, and in that moment, Harvey knew that he wasn't alone. He wasn't lost in the dark anymore. "I forgive you," her voice whispered, as warm and soothing as it had been in life. "Now you must forgive yourself." And with that, the darkness began to crack. Slowly at first, like a single thread, unraveling. A faint pulse of light sparked deep in the center of the abyss, growing brighter, stronger. He reached for it, pulling himself toward the light. The shadows began to scream. The walls of the dark abyss began to shift. For the first time since he had been trapped in this endless void, Harvey could feel the pressure of the darkness receding, just enough to make room for something else. Something strange. A subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the air. An electric pulse that hummed at the edges of his consciousness, as if the fabric of reality itself was tearing apart and rearranging. He had been here so long, adrift in the murk of his guilt, his grief, and his torment. Now in the distance he saw it, an opening, a glimmer, just a crack in the abyss, but enough to stir something deep inside him, a flicker of hope, even if it felt foreign, uncomfortable. It felt dangerous. For years, Harvey had been consumed by the specter of his wife's death, a shadow that hovered over him like a cloud of decay. He had buried his emotions under layers of distraction, drowning them in alcohol, in work, in the endless noise of his life. But now, as he hovered in this endless blackness, all of that was stripped away. There was no noise, no distractions. There was only the raw, aching truth of what had happened and the weight of what he had failed to do. He was alive, and she was not. The pull of that simple fact was suffocating. How could he live knowing that his wife, the love of his life, had died while he stood helplessly by? How could he reconcile the man he had been, full of selfishness and fear, with the man he had to become in order to survive this? The crack in the dark grew wider, stretching like a mouth opening, a hollow hunger calling to him from the other side. He knew deep down that he could not escape this, not until he had confronted the thing that had trapped him here, the thing that had fed on his grief, his guilt, and his regret. As the crack widened, the air grew colder. The shadows writhed around him, twisting like serpents. They hissed, their voices a low rumble at the edge of his mind. Their whispers were full of promise, of temptation, of vengeance. "Come, Harvey," they crooned, their voices 100. Different versions of his wife's voice, all distorted, all twisted. "Come closer. You can end it all. Just let go. Let us take you. You don't have to fight anymore." He didn't know what terrified him more, the shadows themselves or the hollow truth of what they were offering. They were not just spirits, not just specters of the dead. They were manifestations of his own pain, his own self-loathing, his own fear. The truth of it hit him like a thunderclap. These shadows were not the spirits of the dead. They were reflections of his own soul, twisted, fractured by the choices he had made, by the life he had lived. They were his own fears given form, monsters born from his regrets. "You failed her," they whispered. "You couldn't save her. You never could." "Stop," Harvey whispered back, his voice a raw rasp in the emptiness. The words felt like ash in his mouth, but they were all he had. "I didn't know." "It's too late now," the shadows hissed. "You had your chance. You'll never have another." Harvey's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground in the suffocating darkness. His breath came in ragged gasps as his body fought against the crushing weight of the air. He could hear the shadows moving around him, creeping closer, their cold whispers wrapping around him like chains, pulling him toward the abyss, toward the opening. The glimmer of light was brighter now, but it was still so far away. It beckoned to him, but the shadows were closing in faster now, their hunger growing, and then, as he looked at the light, something inside him clicked. The guilt, the shame, the weight of his grief had been feeding them. All this time, he had been feeding them, and it had been suffocating him. But he was stronger than this. He was stronger than the shadows. He could feel the warmth of her presence again, faint but unmistakable. Her voice, soft and tender, broke through the darkness once more. "Harvey, you are not alone. You never were." Her voice filled him with something that he hadn't felt in years. Love. It wasn't the cloying, desperate kind that he had been clinging to in his guilt. It wasn't the anger or the regret. It was pure. It was the love that had existed between them when things were simple, before the shadows took over. "You have to forgive yourself," she whispered, her voice a balm for his soul. "I've already forgiven you." His heart skipped a beat, his pulse racing. Could it be true? Had she really forgiven him? All these years of torment, and she had forgiven him? "You are free," she said softly, her voice clear and full of warmth. "Now you must let go of the past. You must live. Live for me." The words hit him like a wave crashing against the shore. It wasn't the shadows that held him here. It wasn't the guilt or the grief. It was the fear of letting go. The fear of facing the future without her by his side. But it was time to let go. Harvey wiped the tears from his eyes and stood up, shaking, his legs weak beneath him. The shadows were still swirling around him, their whispers louder now, more insistent. But they couldn't touch him. They couldn't hold him. Not anymore. The crack in the dark had widened into a door, a shining gateway to something brighter, something warmer. He stepped forward, feeling the pulse of light surge through him, erasing the shadows, erasing the pain. The whispers faded, and for the first time in what felt like forever, the weight lifted from his chest. The guilt, the grief, the fear, they were all gone. The last of the shadows disappeared as he stepped through the door, leaving behind nothing but the quiet, comforting hum of peace. And when he opened his eyes, Harvey found himself standing in a small, sunlit room. He could hear the soft hum of a song playing in the background, the scent of fresh flowers wafting in the air, and the gentle rustle of leaves outside. It was the place where he had first met her, the place where they had laughed, loved, and dreamed of a future together. She was there, standing before him, her face illuminated by the warm light. She smiled at him, and Harvey knew then that he was no longer alone. He wasn't lost in the darkness anymore. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice full of emotion, his heart swelling with love. She reached out to him, her hand warm and steady, her fingers intertwining with his. And as they stood there, together, the past faded away, and all that remained was the memory of their love, stronger than the shadows, stronger than the pain. And in that moment, Harvey understood. Love wasn't just a feeling, it was a choice. And it was a choice he was ready to make. The quiet was almost unbearable, but it was also a relief. Harvey stood in the sunlit room, his fingers still intertwined with hers. The warmth of her hand, the soft, gentle smile on her face, were more than he could have ever hoped for. It was like waking from a nightmare. He wasn't sure when it had ended or how he had escaped, but he was here now, alive, present, and not lost. Yet there was something strange in the stillness, something nagging at the edges of his peace. It was too perfect, too tranquil. The air around him seemed to hum, almost as though it were vibrating with an energy he couldn't quite place. His heart was still racing, but now it was a mixture of relief and unease. He'd been running for so long, and now that the shadows had faded, Now that the guilt was finally loosening its grip, he could sense something stirring beneath the surface. She had forgiven him, hadn't she? That was the truth he had held on to. The truth he had clung to for years through the torment and the darkness. She had forgiven him, but then, why did he still feel so unsettled? "It's okay, Harvey." Her voice drifted through the quiet room like a caress. "You don't have to be afraid anymore. I'm here." Her voice should have been comforting, should have been the balm to the wounds he'd carried for so long. But instead it felt like a delicate thread holding him in place, stretched taut over a vast chasm. Her smile, the soft curve of her lips, the gleam in her eyes, was everything he had ever wanted. And yet, something in his gut twisted. Something deep and primal told him that he wasn't truly free. Not yet. "I've missed you," he whispered, the words slipping from his lips without thought. He meant them with every fiber of his being, but now, standing in this strange, ethereal space, the weight of them seemed wrong, too heavy. They were words, but not words he should have spoken. Not in this place. Not now. She tilted her head, her eyes searching his with an intensity he hadn't expected. "You've missed me." Her tone was light, teasing, but it made his heart race in a way that unsettled him. He had expected comfort, peace, but her gaze, her look now, was something else. It was almost too knowing, too piercing. Yes," Harvey stammered, his voice faltering. What is this? Why was he struggling to speak? The room around them seemed to darken just a touch, a flicker at the edges of his vision. He blinked rapidly, but it was gone, replaced by the soft glow of the sunlight streaming in through the windows. But the air felt different, thicker, more charged, and her smile. It wasn't as gentle as it had been. It was something sharper, something more unsettling, more aware. "You don't have to miss me anymore, Harvey," she whispered, her voice shifting, growing deeper, almost echoing. "You never did. You had me all along." His breath caught in his throat, the words suddenly carrying weight far beyond their meaning. She stepped closer to him, her presence radiating an intensity that pressed down on him, suffocating him in its force. No, what do you mean? I couldn't save you. I couldn't be there for you." Her eyes gleamed, but it wasn't warmth he saw there anymore. It was something else, something old, something ancient. But you were there, Harvey. The world around him began to shift, the light dimming, warping, twisting like smoke, curling in on itself. The walls of the room pulsed with a faint rhythmic thrum, like the beating of a heart. Her heart. I don't understand." His voice shook and his hands trembled as they reached for her. But she was no longer quite as she had been. The edges of her form seemed to shimmer, distort. The air thickened with an oppressive energy that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. She smiled again, but now it was a smile that held no warmth, no compassion. It was a knowing smile, and it was dark. "You never understood, Harvey," she murmured, her voice now low and guttural like a distant growl. "You still don't. You never will." The floor beneath him began to shift, crack, splintering like fragile glass. He staggered back, heart racing in panic. Was this some sort of test? Was this part of the darkness, part of the guilt, part of the consequences he had yet to face? What is this? What are you? Her face twisted, her features contorting into something far less human, something far more monstrous. Her once soft skin was now stretched, taut and grey, her eyes no longer gentle but hollow, empty sockets of pure blackness. The room around them groaned with ancient agony, and the walls began to pulse with an alien, vibrating energy. "I am everything you have ever been afraid of," she whispered, her voice now a chorus of countless voices, his voice, his fears, his regrets, wrapping around him like chains. I am the shadow that you allowed to consume you. The guilt, the grief, the fear, all of it. You brought me here." Harvey recoiled, his back slamming against the wall as the weight of her words crushed him. No, this couldn't be real. She couldn't be the one. But the more he fought against it, the more he understood. He had created this. He had been running from the truth for so long, feeding his own guilt, feeding his own sorrow, feeding the shadows that had taken her away. He had kept her alive in his mind, in his heart, because he hadn't been able to face what had truly happened. He hadn't been able to accept the reality of her death, and now she had come back. Not as the woman he had loved, but as the monster his own heart had become. "You think you've forgiven yourself, Harvey?" The creature's voice distorted, shrieking in 100 tones, 100 versions of his own shame. "You think you've freed yourself? You can never escape me." Her figure began to twist and writhe, the very fabric of reality tearing at the seams around them. The room was no longer a place of warmth and light. It was a vast, empty chasm, the walls closing in, the floor splintering beneath his feet. Harvey felt his chest tighten with suffocating panic as the shadows reached out to him, wrapping around him like tendrils, pulling him deeper into the abyss. "No!" Harvey screamed, his voice raw and desperate. "I can't, I won't," but the creature, the thing that had once been his wife, continued to smile at him, its mouth stretching unnaturally wide. "You never had a choice, Harvey." The ground beneath him cracked open, and Harvey fell, screaming, into the endless, devouring dark. Harvey's body felt weightless, but the sensation of falling was crushing. He fell for what seemed like hours, maybe days, maybe years. Time had long ceased to mean anything. It was nothing more than a distant memory. The darkness around him was all-encompassing, a void so deep that it swallowed even his thoughts. Every time he tried to focus, every time he tried to grasp something solid, the air shimmered and shifted, distorting like water on the verge of boiling. And then, without warning, the fall stopped. He slammed into something, hard, cold stone, rough and unforgiving. His breath was knocked out of him, and for a long moment he lay on the ground, gasping, his eyes wide and unfocused. The air was thick here, tinged with the scent of something old, something decaying. He was no longer in the familiar sunlit room. The warm light, the tender smile, the love that had once felt so real, were gone. All that remained was the oppressive weight of the world around him. Slowly, he pushed himself up, trembling. The ground beneath him was jagged like the remnants of something broken, a mirror perhaps. But as his eyes adjusted to the dim, flickering light, he realized it wasn't just the ground. The entire space around him was a shattered reflection of itself, a series of cracked mirrors that stretched high into the endless darkness. Each piece reflected something different, something twisted. Some showed his face, but it was warped, contorted, in a grotesque grimace, eyes wide with terror. Others reflected memories that he had long buried. The first time he saw her face, the moment they fell in love, the smell of rain on their first date, the sound of her laughter. But each was fractured, splintered, distorted. Every image was tainted, smeared by something sinister. In the distance, a soft sound echoed, like a whisper. But it wasn't just any whisper. It was a chorus, a cacophony of voices, all speaking. At once, each voice filled with regret, with fear, with something darker. It was as though the very air was made of broken memories, each one clawing its way out of the mirrors, reaching for him, pulling at the very edges of his consciousness. "You never understood, did you?" Harvey's heart froze. The voice, it was hers again. But it wasn't the soft, soothing voice he had once known. This voice was harsh, jagged, like the grinding of stone against bone. He turned, but there was no one there. only the shattered. Mirrors, each one reflecting 1,000 fractured versions of himself. I never had a chance, did I? The voice continued, growing louder, echoing off the walls, curling into his ears like smoke. You were always too busy, too lost, too afraid to look at me, Harvey. The shadows around him began to stretch, becoming solid. They formed into shapes, indistinct but suffocating. He could feel them pressing against him, wrapping around him like 1,000 invisible hands. I tried to show you, the voice said again, this time close, too close, as if she was standing right behind him. He spun around, but again, there was no one there. Only the broken mirrors and the shadows that seemed to dance in the corners of his vision. You never listened. You never saw me, Harvey. Not the way I needed you to. The air grew colder, and Harvey could feel his breath turning to mist in front of him. The temperature dropped so suddenly that it felt as though the very marrow in his bones was freezing. His hands shook violently, his teeth chattering, but it wasn't from the cold. It was from the terror. Something had shifted. This place, this nightmare, was no longer just a reflection of his guilt. It wasn't simply a manifestation of his grief. It was his punishment. Harvey fell to his knees, clutching his head, his fingers digging into his skull as if trying to hold himself together. His heart was racing, the panic clawing at his chest, squeezing the air from his lungs. "Please," he whispered, barely able to form the words. "Please, stop." The whispers swirled around him, mocking him, drowning out his voice, filling his ears with the sounds of every regret, every failure, every moment where he had failed her. Failed himself. "I was always there," the voice said again. This time it was louder, sharper, closer. It wasn't just in his ears, it was inside his head. "But you never saw me. You never saw what was happening, Harvey. And now you're trapped in the mirror with me." Harvey's hands flew to his face, his fingers trembling as they brushed against his skin. It felt wrong. It felt impossible. The skin beneath his fingers was no longer his own. It was cold and stretched, like a mask. The reflection in the mirror nearest to him showed a face, his face, but it was contorted, gaunt, sunken eyes staring back at him. It was a version of him that had been decayed, hollowed out by the very things he had been running from. No, this isn't me. This isn't real, Harvey gasped, but his voice broke, shattering into the same 1,000 whispers that surrounded him. "I've changed. I'm free. I'm free of you." "You're never free, Harvey," the voice murmured, a final sigh of something lost, something tragic. "You can't escape me. You can't escape the truth." The mirrors began to pulse now, each one a reflection of something darker, something else. In the shattered pieces of the glass, Harvey could see them. The things he had done, the choices he had made, the people he had hurt, the ones he had abandoned. Each image flashed before him like a rapid-fire series of nightmare snapshots, each more horrifying than the last. He saw her face again, but it was different now, twisted with rage, her eyes hollow, full of accusation. Her mouth moved, but no sound came. Her eyes said everything. He looked away, his heart racing faster, but the images didn't stop. They surrounded him, trapping him, pushing in from every side. He was drowning in them, in the faces of the people he had failed, his wife, his friends, the daughter he never had, the family he should have fought for, but had abandoned. And then, at the center of the dark, the final truth was revealed. The mirrors weren't just reflecting him. They were reflecting the entirety of his existence. The man he was, the man he had become by turning away from his fears, his failures, his pain. He had refused to look at them, and now they were consuming him. Every crack in the glass, every shattered fragment was a piece of him that he had refused to face. Every one of these images had been waiting for him, waiting for the moment when he would finally come to terms with the truth. But it wasn't the truth he had imagined. It wasn't the truth he wanted to see. "You're not free, Harvey," the voice whispered one last time, this time in his ear, so close he could feel the cold breath against his skin. "You're trapped, and you'll stay trapped forever." And then the mirrors cracked one final time. Everything shattered. Harvey's scream shattered the fragile silence of the void, but it was lost, swallowed by the vast expanse of darkness that stretched around him. The mirrors, those haunting reflections, had exploded, splintering into countless shards that floated in the air like jagged stars in the abyss. Each piece caught a glimmer of light, a tiny reflection of him, of the man he had once been, of the man he had turned into. And all of them, broken and imperfect, were staring back at him. His chest heaved with desperation, but his breath was slow and heavy, each inhale a struggle against the oppressive weight of the air around him. The walls, the ground, the very fabric of the space seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, pushing him deeper into a nightmare he could not wake from. For a moment, there was nothing but the sharp sound of his ragged breathing. The whispers were gone. The voices were silenced. The shadows had withdrawn. But Harvey knew that it wasn't over. It was never over. The silence was just another layer of the game, the calm before the storm. "You can't escape me, Harvey." The voice was not hers anymore, not the tender voice he had once loved, nor the dark, twisted echo that had taunted him. This voice was something else, something older. It spoke to him not from a place of malice, but from knowledge. It was a voice woven from the very fabric of his suffering, a voice that knew everything about him, everything he had hidden from the world, from himself. Harvey's head snapped up, and before him, rising out of the endless dark, was a figure, more shadow than substance, but it was there, coalescing out of the void like a wraith. It stood tall, its form vaguely humanoid, but its face was a blur of shifting features, an amalgamation of every face he had ever seen in his life. His mother, his father, his wife, strangers, enemies, friends, all of them twisted together into a grotesque mask that seemed to change with every blink. "Who are you?" Harvey whispered, his voice shaking, but the words felt wrong on his tongue. He couldn't tell if he was speaking to the figure or to the memory of his own voice, lost among the wreckage of his shattered self. "What are you?" "I am you," the voice replied, resonating deep within him. "I am your grief, your guilt, your fear. I am the reflection you have never been willing to see. I am the face you have hidden in the dark corners of your mind." Harvey staggered backward, his breath shallow, his heart hammering in his chest. It was impossible. This couldn't be real. He had faced the darkness. He had confronted the shadows. He had tried to escape, tried to run, but he couldn't keep running from this thing. This thing that was him? "No," he gasped, shaking his head violently. "No, you're not me. You can't be." The figure stepped forward, and with each movement, the darkness around him seemed to contract, folding inward like a collapsing star. The air grew colder, the silence heavier, suffocating. The shadows flickered, as if alive, as if reaching for him. The figure's form was now clearer, more distinct, and as it stepped into the dim light, Harvey could see its face fully. Was his face, or at least what he had become. Hollow eyes, gaunt skin, lips pulled tight in a grimace of sorrow and regret. The face of a man who had lived too long with his demons, too long with his regrets, too long hiding from the truth. "This is who you are, Harvey," the figure murmured, its voice low and mournful. "This is what you've become. You think you've been running from me, But you've been running from yourself, from the pain, from the choices you made, from the man you left behind. Harvey's hands trembled as he reached for his face, feeling the contours of his skin, the sharpness of his bones beneath the flesh. It felt like his skin, but it didn't. It was cold. It was wrong. It was as if he were wearing a mask. A mask that had been made for him by his own mistakes. "No," he whispered, more to himself than to the figure. I was someone else. I'm different now." The figure tilted its head, and in that simple gesture, Harvey could see something that made his blood run cold. It was the same tilt his wife had given him when they were younger, when she was still alive. The same way she had looked at him when she had tried to understand him, when she had tried to help him find his way. But now, it was wrong. The way she had once cared, now it twisted into something dark, into something cruel. "You think you've changed?" The figure sneered. "You think you've moved on? No, Harvey, you haven't. You've buried the truth. You've buried the guilt. You've buried the woman you killed, and you killed her, deep inside you, and now she's coming back to collect her due." Harvey's mind raced, the words sinking into him like cold, sharp daggers. "I didn't kill her. It was an accident. I didn't." "You did." The word echoed in his mind, louder than anything. It shook him to his core. "You did." The moment. The car had swerved. The moment his eyes had met hers. The moment she had reached out to him with her last breath. He had been too late. He had been too slow. He had been too selfish to save her. "You killed her, Harvey," the figure repeated, its voice growing louder, more insistent. "You could have saved her, but you didn't. You never tried hard enough. You never really cared enough." The words cut through him like a whip, and his knees buckled beneath him. He collapsed to the ground, shaking violently, his mind unraveling. The figure stood over him, its face shifting like liquid, like oil on water, morphing into the faces of all the people he had failed. His wife, his daughter, the strangers he had passed by without a second thought. They were all there, staring at him from the fractured mirrors that had surrounded him. But it was the last face that made him freeze. The face of his wife, but older now, hollow-eyed, twisted. She looked at him with such disdain, such hatred, that it burned through him. "Like fire. You killed me," she said softly, almost pityingly. "And now you will never escape me. You will never escape your guilt. It will follow you forever." Harvey's mind snapped, and for a brief, terrible moment, he could no longer tell where the nightmare ended and where he began. His body, his mind, his very existence felt like a mere echo in this place he had created. He had created her, and he had created the darkness. He had created this prison. "No," he whispered. "No, I can't." But the truth was clear now. The truth he had been running from. There was no escape. Harvey's breath came in ragged gasps, his chest tight and aching with the weight of his own terror. The face of his wife, the twisted, decayed reflection of her, loomed over him, the haunting accusation in her eyes digging into him like a knife. Her lips parted again, but the words she spoke weren't just for him. They were for everyone he had ever loved, everyone he had ever hurt. "You can't run anymore, Harvey," she whispered, the voice laced with a bitter sweetness that made his stomach churn. "You've already destroyed everything, and now you want to leave me behind. You want to forget me. You can't escape what you've done. Not this time." The words hit him like a thunderclap, reverberating through his skull, drowning out all rational thought. He could feel his heart pounding, his vision blurring as the full weight of her accusation settled deep into his bones. The shadows around him flickered and swirled, the reflection of her, of them, multiplying in the broken mirrors that surrounded him, each one worse than the last. Some reflected her in agony, others in anger, others still in despair. But in everyone, Harvey saw only failure. He choked, but his voice cracked and faltered. He didn't know what he wanted to say. What could he say? He had tried. He had tried so hard, so desperately to move on, to forget, to bury the pain. But all he had done was run. And now, the darkness had caught him. The shadows closed in tighter, their whispers louder, more insistent. Every crack in the glass, every shard that floated in the air seemed to twist into another painful memory. His father's voice, cold and distant, his mother's frown, his best friend's betrayal. Each face, each regret, each fractured moment of his life surged at him from every angle. "No!" Harvey cried, clutching his head, trying to shut it out, to block the images, but they wouldn't stop. They wouldn't leave him. "I didn't mean to. I didn't want this. I didn't." But the figure, his reflection, stepped closer, its form becoming clearer, more tangible. And as it did, the air thickened, heavy with sorrow and grief, until it felt as if the very atmosphere around him had turned to stone. "You never listened to me, Harvey. Never cared to see what was happening. Never saw me." Her voice was no longer just an accusation. It was a judgment, a final condemnation. The soft woman he had loved was gone. In her place was something ancient, something dark, a reflection of the guilt he had tried to escape. His knees buckled beneath him again, and he sank to the ground. The weight of it all, of her, of the shattered images, of the endless parade, of mistakes he had made, pressed down on him, suffocating him. His vision blurred, his thoughts scattered, and the room, the endless blackened space he found himself in, seemed to spin wildly. But it wasn't spinning, it was collapsing, cracking, crumbling like the mirrors around him, like his own soul. "I was always there," she said, her voice softer now, almost a whisper, but it was colder than any winter wind. "I was always waiting for you to see me, but you couldn't. You never could. Not until it was too late." His heart twisted in agony as the memories crashed into him like waves. His wife's soft touch, her laughter, her warmth, the way she had always been there for him even when he hadn't deserved it. And then the accident, the night it all shattered. The night he had failed her. The reflection in the shattered mirror before him wasn't his anymore. It was hers. It was them. A twisted amalgamation of his wife's image and his own, both drowning in their respective guilt and regret. "No, no, please," Harvey whispered, his voice hoarse and broken. "Please, I'm sorry, I never meant to lose you." The figure smiled, but it was a cruel, mocking smile. It wasn't her smile. It was the smile of the thing she had become. Her death, her grief, her abandonment of him, now haunting him in every dark corner of his mind. "You don't get to apologize now, Harvey. You don't get to say you're sorry." She reached toward him, and as she did, the entire world seemed to tilt, everything breaking apart. The shadows swarmed, crawling over him like a tidal wave. His body felt frozen in place, every muscle rigid, every bone aching. The mirrors shattered further, each jagged shard falling into a deep abyss, and the last vestiges of his sanity slipped away. The air felt alive now, humming with an energy he couldn't understand. His body shook violently, as though the very atmosphere around him was being torn apart. And then the whispers returned. But these weren't the whispers of shadows anymore. They weren't the voices of the dead or the ghosts of his past. No, these were his thoughts. "You failed her," they echoed. "You failed them all." The whisper grew louder, filling his mind with a deafening roar. "You failed. You failed. You failed. Stop, please." Harvey gasped, clutching his head, but there was no escape. The words repeated like a mantra, drilling into him. His chest tightened with each repetition, the pressure unbearable. In the distance he saw it, a figure, a shape, moving toward him through the haze of his fractured mind. At first, it was just a shadow, but as it came closer, it became clearer. It was the woman he had loved, the one he had killed, the one he had never truly understood until now. She reached for him, her hand soft and gentle, as though reaching out from the depths of his own guilt, his own remorse. "You've always had the choice, Harvey." Her voice was calm now, almost serene. The terror, the fear, the anger, all of it was gone, replaced by an unsettling peace. "You've always had the choice. You could have been different. You could have been better." The room darkened again, the air thick with her presence, but it wasn't suffocating anymore. It wasn't overwhelming. It was something else. It was a reckoning. "You can't undo what's been done," she said softly, her voice barely a whisper. "But you can accept it." Harvey looked up at her, his eyes filled with tears. He wanted to reach for her, to tell her everything, to beg her forgiveness. But there was nothing left, nothing but the pieces of himself, of his shattered soul. And then, as the darkness closed in once again, he understood. He understood the thing that had been chasing him, the thing that had tormented him. It wasn't the shadows. It wasn't the supernatural force that had haunted him. It wasn't the guilt of losing his wife. It was himself, his failure, his refusal to face the truth, his inability to live with the consequences of his actions. In the final moments, he had a choice: to surrender to the abyss, to become part of the darkness forever, or to finally confront himself and embrace the weight of his grief, his guilt, and his inevitable fate. "I'm sorry," he whispered, though he knew it wouldn't change anything. And then, as the shadows consumed him, Harvey was finally alone with the truth. Harvey's mind, once a place of struggle and fractured thoughts, had become a graveyard of memories. Every regret and every failure now laid bare before him. The last remnants of the shadowy entity, the dark reflection of his guilt, melted away into the black void that enveloped him. Yet as the echoes of his torment began to fade, a terrible stillness settled in. One that was far worse than the screams, far worse than the darkness that had once pursued him. For a moment, Harvey thought, it was over. He could hear his heart, the faintest sound in the suffocating silence. His breath was shallow, labored. The weight of the shadows pressing down on him, suffocating him, had lessened, perhaps only momentarily, as if the storm had calmed before the next wave would crash. But then it began. The memories flooded back, not as mere flashes, but as vivid, unbearable waves. The car swerving off the road, the scream of his wife, her final words echoing in his ears, the desperate reach of her hand, the shattered glass, the twisted metal, the blood, the cold emptiness of the hospital room when they had told him she was gone. And then, the guilt that had been festering in him for years. That's what had made him run. That's what had made him seek solace in false promises, in lies, in evading the truth. He couldn't face the truth of what he had done, of how he had been the one to pull the steering wheel at the wrong moment, how he had failed to save her, how he had not even tried hard enough to be worthy of her. "I killed her," he whispered, the words hanging in the air, their weight too heavy for his soul. "I killed her." And yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt something shift, a stirring in the darkness, a change. At first, it was imperceptible, an odd flicker at the edge of his vision, a subtle sound that tugged at the corners of his mind. And then, it began to intensify. The shadows, which had once been so oppressive, began to distort, writhing like smoke in a gust of wind. The ground beneath him trembled as if the entire world was shifting in preparation for something greater. It was her. The truth hit him with the force of a falling boulder rolling through his chest and lungs. And suddenly, it was as if a veil had been lifted. His wife, his beautiful, kind, broken wife, wasn't just gone. She had never left. Not really. "You didn't fail me," came a voice, soft yet so clear that it cut through the miasma of guilt. He gasped, his breath catching in his throat as the air around him began to thicken, a presence so tangible now that he could feel it pressing against his skin. Harvey spun around, heart hammering in his chest. The shadows parted, revealing a figure emerging from the blackness. A woman. But it wasn't just any woman. It was her, his wife, or rather, the memory of her. The woman he had loved. The woman he had lost. She stood there, her face serene, bathed in a soft, ethereal light that emanated from nowhere. But she wasn't whole. No. Her image flickered like a fractured reflection in a broken mirror, her features constantly shifting between sorrow, pain, and something else. A quiet understanding. She took a step forward, and Harvey's breath hitched as he saw her again, alive. She smiled, but it wasn't the smile he remembered. It was a sad smile, one that spoke of forgiveness he hadn't earned, one that told him everything had already been decided long ago. "I never left you," she said, her voice gentle but full of finality. "You've carried me with you all this time, Harvey. Every step you've taken, I've been there, watching over you, even when you couldn't see me, even when you tried to forget." Harvey's eyes welled up with tears. "I didn't mean to hurt you. I swear I didn't. I never wanted this." The woman stepped closer, her presence filling the space, comforting, yet chilling all at once. "I know," she whispered. "You didn't know how to love me the way I needed. You didn't know how to love yourself either." She reached out, her hand almost touching his face. "But you're still here, and I've waited for you to understand. I've waited for you to come to this moment." Harvey fell to his knees, his hands trembling. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I never knew how to fix it." His voice cracked. "I've been running for so long and I didn't know how to stop." The figure, now more real than ever, knelt down in front of him. The soft light around her flickered and pulsed, illuminating her in a way that made her appear almost angelic. "You weren't running from me, Harvey." Her words were like a balm to his soul, soothing his panic, yet igniting an aching sorrow within him. "You were running from yourself, from your guilt, from the pain you carried because you couldn't forgive yourself. But now it's time to forgive." Her words hung in the air, wrapped in an unbearable silence, as Harvey's mind reeled. How could he forgive himself? How could he forgive the unthinkable? He had taken her life. He had let the world crumble around him because of his own mistakes, his own insecurities. "But I can't," he murmured. "How can I forgive myself? How can I live with this?" The woman's face softened. "You will." She lifted her hand toward him, and for a moment Harvey thought she might touch him. But instead her fingers passed through him like a ghost. And in that moment it wasn't the pain of her death he felt. It was the unbearable loss of her presence, the irrevocable absence that he had never allowed himself to truly mourn. "Let it go," she urged softly, her voice full of compassion. "Let it go, Harvey. Let yourself be free. You've held on to this darkness for too long. Let me go and let yourself live again." For the first time, the weight of it all, the pain, the guilt, the haunting presence of his wife, began to lift. He felt the release in his chest, a deep exhale that seemed to take years to escape. The shadows around him receded, pulling away from him like a tide, leaving only the quiet darkness of the void. The fractured mirrors faded, and in their place was nothing but stillness. And then, just as it had come, the figure of his wife began to dissolve into the air, her form flickering one last time before vanishing entirely. Harvey's heart pounded, the silence of the void echoing in his ears. But his soul felt strangely light, free. The agony he had carried for so long was no longer a burden, but a weight that had finally been lifted. He could breathe, he could think, he could live, and then, in the silence of the void, the last remnants of his nightmare whispered, "You're free now, Harvey. But remember, we never truly leave you. Not completely. Not ever." The darkness was gone. Harvey was alone, but no longer haunted. The final echo of his wife's voice faded into the endless black, leaving only the faintest trace of her presence. Behind, he had faced the truth. He had been broken, and in that breaking he had found the last piece of himself.